Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, September the 19th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I see one yes from Mirage. I'm going to say if it's in, okay, you guys can hear me and see my screen. Great. All right, guys. Well, what's new? Well, as usual, not as usual necessarily, but we're in for another down gap in the market. SPY is weak. Most of the indices are weak. So what else is happening? So first of all, the trade of the week, whether it triggers or not this week, I don't know. CIQ, though, is the trade of the week. The suggested entry is 40.47. So we're sitting at 39.80 right now. It's amazing that last week's trade of the week actually held up pretty well. Netflix held up, in fact, extremely well. Wow. Yeah, it's quite pretty amazing because the trigger was 235. Remember what happened in the market last week. So this actually turned out pretty well. Interesting. So now this is highly misleading, I think. BCAN, I'm sure there's got to be, I'm sure there are people thinking this is beyond meat. Now, the company is called BYND Canasoft. It's a cannabis player. They've acquired a company, but my guess is that people are looking at this and saying, wow, BYND is something to do with BCAN. I may be wrong, but I look at this, it popped up to $28, and it's now cut in half from that price. Still up 236%. But this is the news. I mean, come on, signed to share to acquire 100% ownership of Ziggy Carmel. Low float, 29 million. Unfortunately, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. SNTI. Any news on this? So they did an offering. They filed for an offering on the 12th. Today's the 19th. I don't see any other news on this one. But it is up 39% on a huge amount of volume, 3.9 million. Yeah, you guys have been talking about Purple, RPL, mattress company. I guess they've got some kind of an unsolicited buyout. Unsolicited buyout at 425 or 435. ALLK. So they announced, I'm pretty sure they announced the financing on Friday. Now the price is set, so it's at $5. So it's a little bit above the financing price. Now this one was up. I think it's down now. Well, at least it's pulled back. KNBE? No, maybe not. So this is another one, guys. That's right. KNBE is another offer. $24 share takeover. Vista Equity has offered 24. See if that is unsolicited. I guess it's unsolicited, but doesn't look like it's hostile right now. Anyway, okay, guys, so that's another one, KNBE. Now, we did have a reverse split. I think the reverse splits are done now, and we had the one beautiful one last week, but this is another one, SON. When I say done, I mean the big moves the day of or even the day after. SONN, another reverse split, 1 for 14, reverse split. Not good at all. And there was another one. I had it written down somewhere. Oh, SYRS, another one, SYRS. A 1 for 10 reverse put, same thing. Viri, V-I-R-I, V-I-R-I, big gap down, negative data. The bio, when I say negative data, I mean that's a reaction to the data they released. Company announced top line results. I mean, so there's no mincing words here. The study did not achieve statistical significance, et cetera, phase 2B. So this has just been hammered down 63%. Blue had gapped up. Here's another one, that had gapped up and now just really sold off 749 all the way down to 648. They did receive FDA approval for their drug, but my guess is that there's very limited market. Another small one getting hammered down on financing, BLRX. BLRX hammered down on a financing. And yeah, Rumble now starts trading as Rum. A bit of a sell-off here. They had the big, if you take a look at CFVI Friday afternoon, came out with their news about how much money they had, etc., how much they'd raised. So it had a nice move here. So remember, this is where it closed after Friday afternoon at 1282. So this is Rum trading now as Rum. Remember that number 1282. So it's off about $1. Okay. Pre-market this morning, it did get up to 1375. Yeah, this Foxo, I guess they did this was a SPAC that became Foxo on Friday. Yeah, look at the action. I mean, up to 14, down to 4. Oh man. Good morning, YouTubers and Mookie. All right, just checking to see if anything is sneaking in here. I did see the Bwen, BWEN. And a lot of these ones, they had big pops in the pre-market and then the sell-offs. I mean, this is obviously an understatement, but we're in a very nervous market right now. So you can see right here, this is not like a big deal scan or anything like that, but these are the stocks. These are the stocks that have gapped up at least $1. Okay, in green, in the pre-market, and in orange, the ones that have gapped down at least $1. And you can just sort of see the huge difference. And it doesn't matter how much volume, okay? I mean, I didn't have a volume filter on it, but my goodness, I mean, look at this. Just hardly any up $1, a ton down $1. So trade accordingly. Unbelievable, this beacon, yeah. I swear people think it's Beyond Meat or something to do with them. Putting putting cannabis in their burgers or something. I don't know. I mean, it's really obviously they had this symbol way before Beyond Meat. I'm going to assume. Maybe not, but anyway, I'm sure there's confusion here. And unfortunately, this is not shortable for me. Interactive brokers, no shorts available. Look at the volume. Look at the volume that's come in. All right, guys, 9/11. So I'm going to take a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. Interesting. There are actually more upgrades than downgrades. So I'll get them in now. Yeah, the home builders, guys. See, I see three different builders, four different builders, I think, all upgraded. The home builders. Yeah, I see KBH, TOL, PHM, and MTH, and LEN. Actually, five home builders. Interesting. Now, it's all one firm, KeyBank Capital Markets. I don't know how much weight they hold, but I'll get the downgrades in. Adobe, a couple of more downgrades for Adobe. Yeah, you'd have to show me that one, RCRX. Haha. Sorry. Short, if you guys got shorts, or this one, what a short this will be. The I think Foxo became Foxo on Friday, as our Zach. It was a SPAC, or definitely had a business merger on Friday. Foxo, I don't think it's an IPO. I think it was a business. I think, well, I can't see the news. I can't see the headline. I think that we have it. Here we go. So on the 16th, so that's Friday, Foxo to list on New York. following successful business combination with Delawin's Insurance Acquisition Company. Okay? So that was on Friday. I don't really remember seeing it on Friday. It might have happened after hours. It's probably what happened after hours, maybe. Just looking at the mauve area here for Foxo on Friday afternoon. And that, yeah, that was DWIN. So DWIN, that was, I remember seeing this one. It's almost as if, the merger was called off, something like that. You see this action ahead of the obviously the vote was on, maybe it was on Thursday, and then it started trading as Foxo on Friday. And that is Friday. Oh no, I'm sorry, that's Thursday. Anyway, kind of strange reaction ahead of it. All right, guys, let's take a look to see what these sectors are doing. I know the oil is getting hit a bit this morning again. So I'm assuming that every single sector, including the energy sector, is going to be red, 100%. The answer is yes. Okay, guys, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. And again, I know I say this every time I load this, but there are new people all the time. So these are the major sectors. So this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These stocks that you see here make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what that means is 100% of those stocks are down as we speak, are down from Friday's close. Okay. So when you start doing a little, but glancing at the other sectors, there is nothing positive. There's nothing over 50%. So we're in for another rocky open. Now, of course, when I look at this, if I can do it at say 10 o'clock or 10:15, and we look at it in a different way, it's changed from the open. And we could see quite a bit of a difference. It doesn't mean the stocks are still above the Friday's close, but maybe from their opening price, they're rallying somewhat. So we'll have to take a look at that. Rum is loading, at least on our, we've got the chart for rum, RUM. And it loads into Interactive Brokers. So CFVI, which was always, I mean, they had to make the vote official, I guess, on Thursday or Friday, I can't remember now, Thursday or Friday, that they were going to merge with rum. Yeah, that's a big, that's pretty impressive what's happening with Netflix, guys. I mean, Oppenheimer upgraded them from perform to outperform, from a perform to outperform. And a 325, why not? 325 price target. Yes, it is. Rum is at 1175 or 1170 right now. Well, 1175, yeah. Oh, this one's getting hit here. Total Energies, TTE, just showed up. I don't know that on the gap down. Well, didn't well, yeah, it showed up because it just made a new low in the pre-market for TTE. It is not active. It should not be active at all. You know, you'll still have a chart for it, but it's not active. At least certainly not in most brokerage platforms. I don't know why Thinkorswim would have it active. That's that's it for CVI. You have, yeah, I mean, this is it for CFVI, okay? 1282, that's it. Does not exist anymore. What's the float for BCAN? 29 million. So, you know, I mean, it's not certainly not high. It's certainly not crazy low. I mean, this is the news, guys, but like I don't have any, I can't verify this, of course, but I mean, it looks like Beyond Meat, okay? Something to do with perhaps Beyond Meat. I have a feeling that's the only reason because why would this be moving higher because of this? I mean, maybe a little higher, but 300%. And don't forget, it got up to $28. Yeah, if that were the case, yes, you know, sprinkle a little fairy dust in your hamburgers, sure, if that were the case, but that is not the case. All right, let's see, anything else sneaking in here? Top, TOP. Yeah, here's another one, guys. I mean, you got to be so careful. I mean, look at this, ramps up to $15, falls all the way back to 1050 or so. Low float, 5 million, China stock. What is China doing right now, KWeb? basically flat. I mean, look at these moves, guys. I mean, Foxo all the way up to $14, back down to 4. I mean, look at these moves. I bet a lot of people may have thought right there, that 760 level, at that little green candle, may have thought, okay, selling's over for a while, not even close. All right, so yeah, so this is another SPAC, Golden Path acquisition, announced the closing to trade on NASDAQ. So when was that? That was on the 16th. So this is another one of those SPACs, another crazy, crazy one. Yeah, you're right. I don't see it here. Now let me try something. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Yeah, well, the market's opened. Sorry. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. I was trying to figure something out. Have a great trading day. Let me get rid of this. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. So a question in our YouTube room: do I trade in the pre-market? Yeah, every now and then. I'm not a big pre-market trader, and every trade is different. Absolutely, it all depends on how much volume and all sorts of different. I mean, it's trading in the pre-market is not. I wouldn't say it's hard anymore. I mean, there's plenty of volume on stocks in the pre-market. Certain stocks in the pre-market, not like the old days where you had very very little volume. But I don't really trade that much in the pre-market. I'm doing too many other things to really concentrate on it. Mookie, I need a stock symbol. Calader, I mean, I could look it up, I guess, but I need a stock symbol. And I probably don't know anything about these. Cala? I mean, oh yeah, Cala. Okay. I don't know anything about it. I mean, there's no volume, so. Cala? I don't know what you mean. Oh, on Schwab, I can't tell you. I can't help you on that. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. It loads. It's got bid and an ask. No volume yet, so I can't speak for what's happening with Schwab regarding Cala, Cala. All right, guys. Yeah, rum's having a bit of a run here. Yeah, it shows the last trade of 342, Mookie. Interactive Brokers. It hasn't traded though very much. 279 shares. So, but that's the last trade, 342 for Cala. Yeah, a little bit of rum now, guys. Yeah, a little bit of rum here. Again, this is the new symbol for Rumble, CFVI. Acquired them. The merger went ahead. So now it's trading as RUM. Rumbling rum. Well, they're just trying to raise money at $5. That's all, John. They're just doing a financing. They have to pick a price where they think people will support the financing. Usually it's some kind of an underwriter. So right now it's a little bit above that financing price of 5. So right now the market is saying, well, okay, doing a finance. Remember now, if you're an existing shareholder and a company announces a financing, your position gets diluted. More shares outstanding, etc. So typically, when a company announces a financing, existing shareholders hate that. But sometimes though, the existing shareholders or the market will look at, okay, you're raising money, maybe for all the right reasons, not just to stay in business. So we won't slam you too much. Whoa, too bad. This VIRI is not shortable for me. VIRI, not shortable for me. Yeah, look at this. I mean, blue gets FDA approval, but it must be for some drug that has very limited market potential. Wonder when RUM will become shortable. RUM at Interactive Brokers. Probably a few days. But nice move, guys. Really nice move for RUM. 1390 was the high, so took out the pre-market high. Blue, look at blue. I mean, this was not shortable for me. Oh, it is shortable now. Actually, there are tons of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Over 3 million. Yeah, some of these guys just won't die. SHPH having a bit of a lift, lots of volume coming in. SHPH. Yeah, I don't know why it's not showing up on scans, but anyway, here's HOLO. It showed up on the Halt scan. Yeah, BCAN is going to be at least a 10-minute halt. Mosaic is, yeah, fertilizer, ammonia, and all. I mean, I remember last week when the rail strike was threatening. This was a big, like a lot of this stuff is transported by rail. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it. So now that the rail strike, I guess it's been averted. Not clear quite yet. Okay. Boy, guys, take a look at Viru, one of the big traders over the last couple of months. VERU. Gapping down now. The next low looking left is $11 or so. So it has room if it wants to keep moving down. VERU. Holo just opened and gap down. Let's see if I can add it to my watch list. Yeah, I mean, showing up as a symbol, so I don't know. I won't have the answer to that. If I can't, I just won't have the answer to that. Ooh, guys, look at this one. Keep an eye on AZRE. So this is now above Friday's high. It's above 619, above that high there. So again, this one has a lot of room. 1036 is the next high looking left. Look at the market now. I haven't even looked at the market. So Nas is down a little, Dow's down, SPY's down, of course, but the market's trying to put in a green bar. Definitely keep an eye on this AZRE. I mean, it's got the room when you look left. AZRE. I think BCAN just resumed. Yeah, BCAN just resumed. So it was a 10-minute halt. It was a 10-minute halt for BCAN. Still up 200%. AZRE, guys. AZRE. Look at the room it's got. Oh, look at Avaya. Avaya back over $2 now. This one had the tremendous run over about 3 weeks. From about 63 cents to got all the way up to 225 or so, to 231 or so. But now it is crawling back somewhat over two. AZRE on the move. Now, I think people are maybe waking up to the fact there's no connection between this one and Beyond Meat. Maybe. I don't know. And that's for the beacon. Oh, look at this bow, guys. Next low looking left is around 27, a little over 27, 27.42. This has got a couple of dollars till the next low, S bow. Blue, boy, oh boy, blue just getting clobbered now. Actually, this could turn into my favorite day. A gap down in the market and maybe a bit of a recovery for, at least an hour, giving us some bounce plays. Does it actually have news? You're right. There is news. I didn't see the news for is it RE. I see class action suits, of course, but I don't see specific news for it. Oh, I do see. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was underneath. I'm sorry. So 600 megawatts agreement for. That's why it was in the First Solar headline. Okay, I gotcha. How is CSIQ doing? The trade of the week? Did it take out the? So it still has not triggered. The trade of the week is CSIQ. Now, interestingly, I mean, Goldman had a downgrade on this one last week. They upgraded First Solar and they downgraded this one. And they actually have earnings tomorrow for AZRE. Yeah, not a ton of volume yet. 3.8 times normal though. Remember, it's only 948. Well, rum is definitely, well, it's still trading like the CFVI. I mean, still very erratic. Yeah, ALL, yeah. I know we had talked about that one in the pre-market. So there, the financing news. I mean, I think I may be wrong. I think the news of the financing hit on Friday. I don't think the price hit though. I don't think the price was determined. Today they did determine the price, $5 a share. Okay, so the market is saying, okay, right now anyway. Next high looking left is 631 for ALLK. Not a crazy low float, 30 million in the float. But definitely moving. Boy, this is really moving well. ALLK, definitely moving well. All right, let's see if AZRE can kind of base a little bit here. I mean, the big attraction to me anyway, it's not so much the news, it's the room it's got. I mean, the news can help, of course. Obviously, it's helped move it a little higher, but all right, here is a bounce now. I mean, you got to be awfully careful though, but BCAN, bounce off 1059. So there's like a $2 bounce on the 15-minute chart for BCAN. Well, the next high in the, I mean, again, highly risky. The next high for BCAN is 1631 on that 15-minute chart, but highly risky. Whoa, look at this one. Alt guys, if this takes out 1290, which is the low of Friday, look left. Look how much room it's got. 1095. So that'd be like, it's $2. So keep an eye on ALT if it takes out that low of Friday of 1290. Yeah, rum is really doing his thing. It's trading just like CFVI did today, anyway. Well, that's quite the lift off that financing. $5 for ALLK. The next high again is 634. All right, HPP. HPP is an all-time low now. HPP, Hudson Pacific Properties, all-time low. Lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 4 million to short. So this is an all-time low right now, HPP. But right now, ALLK is just liftoff from that $5 financing. $5.02 financing. So they're raising, about $150 million. So the market is not punishing them today at all. I think the punishment came on Friday. Okay, guys, as this top 10 list is building throughout the day, then I start to concentrate on the ones that won races. I'm going to go over this, of course, in a lot more detail in a bit. And by the way, guys, we still have, well, not still have, we started this great promo on Friday. This runs to the 26th. Basically 17 months for the price of 12 plus a 25% discount. What would that mean? That would mean if you took out a annual monthly, if you took out an annual standard subscription, that would work out to $44 a month. Okay, it costs you $750 up front. Divide 750 by 17 months, it works out to $44 a month, and that is recurring. So what does that mean? That means that when that 17 months is over, if you still want a subscription, the same rules apply. Okay. This is definitely the biggest sale we've ever had, and that is till the 26th. So if you are a monthly subscriber and you're looking to, and you want to take on an annual, you can do it. If you're a current annual subscriber, this is what we're prepared to do. Take out that subscription today and we'll add on the balance of whatever you've got on your annual. So let's say you're 6 months into your annual subscription. So you've got 6 months left. So you take out that new subscription today and we'll add 6 months. In other words, instead of 17 months, it'd be 23 months. All right, guys. So what is the market doing? So we had a big, giant green bar to start on the 15-minute chart on the SPY. We had a little follow through, but we do have a topping tail on that second 15. Now the third one, starting out red. We'll see what happens here. That's what it looks like, Roger. But you know what? Go to support at tradeideas.com, okay, and ask that question. But that's what I've been told, okay? We can't please everybody, okay? Those of you who are in an annual subscription right now, I get it. But you know what? We can't please everybody. I'm not just talking to you, Roger. I haven't seen this one for a long time. PCG, have not seen this one for a long time. Of course, this is the one that just got, because of the California wildfires a few years ago, billion-dollar settlements, etc. I think they almost bankrupted the company. Yeah, this is just a start too, Green, in terms of the graphics and all that and how the presentation is. It's still, this is going to be a work in progress for quite a while, but from the very first day that we saw this to today, a huge difference. Yeah, lots of shorts available. It's interesting. A lot of shorts are available for ALLK. At Interactive Brokers, almost 1 million. So that probably means it's widespread, like available, many, many platforms. Well, I guess we should have all just shorted blue. My goodness, look at this blue. 748 down to 563. I'm sure the company was rejoicing when the FDA said, sure, we'll grant you clearance. FDA clears, but my guess is that this is very, very rare, probably something that's very rare. So maybe not a huge market. So while it looks good on the surface, what does it really do to the company's bottom line? Oh, I mean, if this takes out 546, look left underneath, it is 442 for blue. Ah, boy, that was here. It was here also, guys. I mean, lots of shares too. 3.2 million. There it was 616 on the 10-day daily breakdown. This one was not shortable for me. VIRI. Well, I see another vaccine, NVAX, another one that just been kicked. Moderna also. I'm not seeing it's out of the price range, but yeah, wow. So both Moderna and NVAX. Oh, I see. As who tries developing its own shot? Okay. Well, also though, the WHO seems to be trying to develop their own. Okay, Upstart, UPST guys, what is the level that has to take out? 2318 looks like 2340. Looks like 2340 might be the next low looking left. Yeah, but then you've got this here. It looks like there's just too much support around that 23 level for UPST. All right, off topic, Nick, off topic. Well, I tried to get a fill on the ALLK to short, and I didn't get the fill I wanted. ALLK. These big topping tails now. Wow, look at this shipper, FRO. I think somebody might have mentioned this one. Look at this shipper, FRO. Just ramping up here. FRO. Yeah, look at the shippers, guys. Another one, TNK. Shippers are alive. Look at that red bar ignored for TNK in the 15-minute chart. SNTI, let's take a look at SNTI from Shady. So they filed for an offering on the 12th. I don't see any news on this. I don't see any news for SNTI. I know it popped in my pre-market actives, of course, but wow, it's so choppy, so choppy. Yeah, so Nat is another one, right? Another shipper. So the shippers. Well, I did not take the UPST short because of I think there's some support around the 23 mark. But boy, if it takes out 23, this is really going to get ugly. This will be an all-time low. I guess this area right here is the all-time low, approximately for UPST around 23. All right, guys, let's take a look. As this market has rallied here, let's take a look at I'm going to go to my doc channel bar. I'm now going to take a look at the sectors that changed from the open. We're going to see a big difference. Look at this, guys. We are seeing a huge difference, okay? So this is now the change from the open. So if you were in the trading room about 10 minutes before the market opened, all of these were negative, okay? So for instance, XLE, when we saw this, 10 minutes before this market opened, 100% of those stocks were down from Friday's close, okay? Now, what we're seeing here, this is now the change from the open. 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above the open at their first trade of the day. And as with, look at technology, 95% of them, communications, 83, financials, 94. Remember, these were all seriously in the red when looked at comparing to Friday's closing price. Now, it doesn't mean that all these stocks are above the close on Friday. All it means is that they have rallied off the open. And, it's obvious. Look at the SPY. Look at the SPY, what the SPY is doing. So huge, huge, huge rally right now going on. 45 minutes. Yeah, BCAN is, I think that's dead in the water now. BCAN, BCAN, still up 111%, but okay, guys, so there's definitely a little bit of indecision now for the ALLK. You look at the 15-minute chart, and we see some topping tails. Let's bring up a big chart, show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so you see we had these big topping tails. So what does that mean? We had one up here, 605. Sellers knocked it down to 580. Buyers tried again, got it up to 613. Sellers close it down here at 580, but we've got bottoming tails also. Remember, the sellers had this one down to 566. Buyers closed it here at 581. Now this candle still, this candle has just begun, this 15-minute candle. So we still have 8 minutes or so, I'm sorry, 12 minutes, 13 minutes before this one closes. But we've got another bottoming tail there. Sellers tried. Buyers are trying to maintain control. But, with these topping tails and bottoming tails, there's so indecision about what direction. But my guess is that if it could take out 6 again, it might get rolling again. I'm going to stick an alert around 602 to see if that gets it running. So this trade of the week, I don't think it's triggered. The trigger is 40.47. I don't believe it got up there. The pre-market it got there, but I don't think we count the pre-market. So the highest it got, so it has not triggered yet. 40.47 is the trigger. This is the trade of the week, and I think the 50-day 50 SMA on the daily chart, that is your stop. No, I'll chime in on that. Biggest trading mistake, probably not obeying your stops or not putting a stop in, just hoping and praying that you're right and that things are going to work out and don't have a stop. And then second, if you do have a stop, not obeying it because you get stubborn. All right, we've got another one halted. WBEV. WBEV just got halted on the way up. A lot of resistance right around here, this 136 mark. Very choppy looking daily chart. Very choppy looking one. But WBEV just got halted. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, here's another one on the way down, guys. AGL. Wow, look at the market now. A little bit of a red bar now. AGL on the way down and 2266. So that is the next low looking left. Then there's the 200-day moving average around 2175. Boy, look at EPAC here. EPAC. EPAC. Now the next high looking left is 18, just a little over 18. Then after that, 1845. So it's got a little bit of room. Probably may struggle to get through that 18. And if you know the fantasy area is way up here around 1950. Boy, this RBLX continues to move down here. Thumped on Thursday, continuation on Friday, continuation today. Next low 35.49. That's far enough away. Problem is chasing right now. Be beautiful if it just sort of based just a little bit, but it may not. Boy, another one just this another vaccine, I think, maybe not. I can't remember anymore. Anyway, IOVA, the next low looking left is 990. So that's actually kind of close from 1030 down to 990, 10 o'clock or 10 o'clock, $10. But boy, if it takes out that 10, look out below for IOVA. Boy, we're another choppy day, guys. I mean, look at these bottoming tails now on the SPY and the topping tails, and boy, that's a big bottoming tail though. Last two 15-minute charts or candles. I still maintain that BCAN went up because I think people just saw it's called Beyond BYND. I swear that's the reason. And as we know, food and cannabis, pretty good combination if that were true, but I'm convinced that's the reason. Based on extensive reading. Boy, Warner Brothers trying to come back. WBD, but look at it's coming into what I consider quite a bit of resistance. WBD. Yeah, I sort of discounted it. I didn't really pop that much off. It's a halt. It got halted at 122 and it's still there. And I just looked left. I saw this resistance here around 140. And I'm talking about the WBEV. All right, guys. Well, 10:30. I'm going to my little spiel right now. I think the promo code is now on my homepage. All right. Click on my homepage link. There it is. Yeah, 17 months for 12. Okay, so this is the biggest promo we've ever had. So just to give you an idea, so what this means is I can do the quick math for you. If you took out a standard annual subscription right now with that promo, you'd get 17 months for the price of 12 plus that 25% discount. That brings it down to $44 a month. The premium, same math, taking the 25% off the 2000, divide 17 months into $1,600. That gets you about $94 a month. Okay. So if you're currently a monthly subscriber and you want to take advantage of this, of course you can. If you are currently an annual subscriber, what we'll do is you take out that subscription right now with this new rate, and we'll add whatever you have left on your annual subscription. So if you've got 6 months left, if you have 6 months left, then your subscription will go for another 23 months. Okay. You get the 17 months for 12, plus we'll add the 6 months. That's the best we can do. Okay. Now, if you don't have to take out an annual right away, you don't want to take out a monthly, you'll still get the 25%. Now, here's what I don't know. In the past, what we've said is that if you take out a monthly and then within 30 days you decide you want to go to the annual, we'll honor this whole big promo. I can't guarantee that. I know this promo runs out on the 26th. But listen, if you want to go to monthly, that's fine. For the rest of your subscription, that's fine. You'll get again that first month, you'll get the 25% off, and then after that, if you just want to maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward. Okay, a little confusing, but I can try to answer any specific questions. Yes. So the question is, do you get the recurring? Yes. So if you take out that subscription today, 17 months from now, if it's, assuming we're not adding on anything from an existing annual, yes, that will be the rate in 17 months. Yes. Could I add volume? Maybe down the road. I can't do it. Maybe down the road, doodle dum. They'll add the volume here also. Yeah, there's no way to create an alert for halts going only up. Now, the only thing you could do, but I don't think that's really that big a deal. I mean, just, if you got the question was, can I create an alert for a halt going only up? Or does the alert have to be for all halts? Yes. Yes. I mean, I don't think we can, it's possible, I suppose, but most of the halts we see are the ones moving up. I don't know if there's a way to designate, only show halts that are moving higher versus the ones that are moving lower. Because I was thinking maybe you could put, another filter in saying stocks are down for the day, but that doesn't necessarily, well, look at the WBEV, guys. Doesn't mean necessarily though that the halt is not up just because the stock is down for the day. So I don't think we can do it, Mookie. But I mean, look, we don't get very many, I would just click on them and see what's happening. So Doodle, here's what I would do. Just go to support at trade-ideas.com and make that suggestion, okay? The question in our YouTube room is, could we also have volume here? So you see this race and you can see, yeah, it's up 97%, 100%. It's 72, up 72 cents, etc. To have volume. We just don't want to get so much information in here. I think that, you're gonna get overwhelmed by all the information, but I agree, maybe a volume would be good also. The only thing is that you can, of course, make sure that it's at least a minimum volume. So that's why I'm not 100% sure that that's going to be necessary, because you can control, what minimum volume that you're going to see on any of the races. Because remember, the race is built on a filter. Well, then why don't you can always up your top list then. Shouldn't be in mine anyway, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, in mine, you're only going to see 200,000 shares minimum. Okay. Remember now, your race is based on your top list that you create. So if you want to have, well, then if you're using mine, you shouldn't be seeing anything that's less than 200,000 shares. Okay. Now, if you're using the one from the channel Doodle Dumb, yes, that's why I created, I sort of massaged it a bit and said, I want a minimum 200,000 shares. Okay, the first thing, Mookie, and I should continue looking at the information on my homepage, okay, is I would go to the guide. Okay, so if you go to the guide, click on my homepage link. Oops. The question was about docking. So the first thing you should do, I mean, I can help later on, but the first thing you should do is go to the education section on my homepage. Okay, and then click on the guide and then click on docking. Okay, click on docking. A lot of information is here. I can sort of explain stuff later on, but I mean, I think, as a guide, you should have some place as a reference. And remember, you don't have to create a doc. Docking is something that's there, but it's not necessary. But there is all the information about docking is right here in the guide. Oh, doodle dumb. Yeah, well, yeah, we got all sorts of strange names people make up for their pseudonyms. All right, let me just keep going on my homepage, all the other information that you can get. So we already talked about a subscription right here. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory you do this. The Let's Get Started, mandatory. Okay, the download and installation, first startup and login. Take you about 30 minutes to run through those 10 videos. I do a stock of the day video at noon. You can sign up for it right here, free of course. Trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. I don't think CSIQ has triggered. Let me just do a quick check. because when you get the email, it'll tell you what the suggested entry is. And I don't think it triggered 4047 is not triggered. Close at the 4036. And again, here's the education section. Here's the guide. So the getting started is here also. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about the stock racing. Okay, lots of information about the stock racing is right there. We have a lot of other information, of course, in the guide. You don't have to learn everything all at once. I would definitely understand how to set price alerts on a chart and probably sound alerts in your alert windows. But other than that, you don't have to learn everything all at once. So daily support session. So today is Monday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Being Monday, it should be Chris Varley. I'll confirm that. He'll be there between 12 and 1. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over there and listen to Chris between 12 and 1. And of course, Chris is there also Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. I do shut the main room down at 3:30. So you can head over to YouTube if you want another hour of listening to Chris talk about trade ideas and trading. Daily webinars. I think this week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here though. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, some of you know Michael Noss or have heard of him. He put this together. He's at Trade. He works for Trade Ideas. Okay, so this is not third party. And it starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, candlesticks, etc. Okay, so there is a lot of information there, and also my scans. So if you want my scans, so for instance, Doodle Dum, I took the scan from the channel, the extreme explosive winners. So I took that race and I changed the minimum volume. I did that for exactly that reason that you mentioned. Sometimes you're seeing things with hardly any volume through that. So that is what I did. So I'm sharing these two scans. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open, and this is large cap gainers from the open. In essence, it's the same race, except what I did is I added a couple of filters in here. I made sure that the market cap was at least $500 million, and also that the float was a minimum of 50 million. So the stocks that you're going to see here in this race will not be quite as volatile as these ones. Okay. I'll have a lot of other scans here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Actives up and down. Okay, so you can take a look at these other scans if you want, but I would really be concentrating on the races. So save my link, then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education, everything else on my homepage whenever you want. Save my link. Hey guys, AZRE is starting to come back, as is rum. Okay, both of those are starting to come back. Enroll for the trade of the week. If you go to my homepage, okay, go to my homepage. I put my homepage link in, and there it is. Get the trade of the week right there. Okay, so go to my homepage, and there it is. There's a section, get the trade of the week delivered to your inbox. Okay. Okay, so I just put my link in again, my homepage link. Just go to the section that says get the trade of the week. Yeah, I guess that would do it too, Mookie. Personally, I think though that, wow, look at the market. What a rally here. Rum is thinly traded. Why do you say that? 3.3 million in the have traded so far. Why would you say that? Just out of curiosity. Okay, let me talk about the races now in a little more detail. Again, you have to go to the guide and go to that section on races. Yes, I can go over some of the aspects of racing, but you should have a reference, and the guide is excellent, okay? Has a few videos and a lot of text about the whole concept of what the races are all about. Every race is started from a top list window, okay? This race you see here is based on this top list window. So if a stock is between $1 and $50, has at least 200,000 shares that it's traded, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, or from the close of yesterday, okay? Then that will allow stocks to appear in the race. So before we had racing, the top list was in essence used in this fashion. You could sort on any column, okay? So for instance, I've got the change from the close. If I double left click rapidly on the change from the close header, I will see the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close. Yesterday, of course, is Friday. So I can see the WBEV is up 88%, SNT, SNTI 46%, etc. If I want to do the same thing, what stocks have moved the most from its opening price, opening trade, same thing. EFRESH, EFSH is 28%, WBEV is 17%, etc. Great. How do we trade this? You know, it's so may be good information to know, but really, how are we going to use this to help us trade these stocks if we wanted to? So you could stare at these numbers and see if they change at all, but of course, again, that would be crazy to have to do. So if you want to see the ones that are moving now, this is where the race comes in. So I run 4-minute races. I've just decided 4 minutes is my little sweet spot. Yours could be 3, yours could be 5. If you don't ask me why I picked 4, I picked 4. So notice this race has 14 seconds left in it. Once this race is over, another race will begin. What does that mean though? When the race begins, it's going to start to tell me the stocks that are moving relative to all the other stocks that meet all those filter requirements, the ones that are moving. Okay, and you'll see the percentage once this race starts. So for instance, here's the FOSL down here at 6.2% as an example, 6.2% from change from the open. What if all of a sudden FOSL started to really move for some reason? Now it's 8% from the open, 10%, 15, 20%. Again, you'd have a really hard time picking that out by, trying to look at a bunch of stocks, obviously, okay? So that's where the race comes in. When a stock starts to move, and that's what that percentage means on the left-hand side, that's how much it has moved since the race started. Right now, nothing really has, moved dramatically. ADN has moved almost 1% since this race started. On this side, lithium has moved, FRO has moved 0.32%. So nothing dramatic has started, but hey, who knows? Maybe ADN is just getting rolling. Okay, now it's at 1.1%. Maybe it's just getting rolling. So the idea is that if when you start to see a stock as moving up on the leaderboard, and that's what happens, you see how these stocks are jockeying for position. You know, as the stock starts moving up, you'll see it right at the top. Now, the beauty of all this, though, in my opinion, this is all wonderful. Okay. And yeah, you can click on the ADN and maybe you look at it. And this is why you have to have some experience trading. You know, is this something I want to trade right now? Is it, you know, what is its pattern? Where could it keep going to before it hits next resistance? Things like that. But what this also does, it automatically creates a top list or sorry, a watch list for you all day long. Because right now, for instance, Avaya has won 2 races today. PRPL won 2 races. That's why you see them at the top. Now, there's not been any one, there's not been any one stock that's won like a lot of races yet, but that could really change. We don't know. I mean, that's the beauty of this. This creates a watch list for you of stocks to watch all day long. So if you're new to trading, or even if you're, been using trade ideas for a while, but you find yourself frustrated because, you've created all these different alert windows and top list windows, and you're clicking like mad all day long at all these, with all these symbols, and you're not getting anything done. If you concentrate maybe on a couple of races and just allow, I'm not saying you can't take a trade as something is moving up, but you allow it to create this watch list for you. So for instance, here's Playboy right here, PLBY. You look at this and you go, I wonder, well, maybe there's a level, a price that if it took that out, I want to know about it, and maybe I want to take the trade. I'm not saying that's going to happen with Playboy today, but you never know. You start clicking on these, BTBT, this is a Bitcoin play. I would be also watching to see what Bitcoin is doing before I would take this trade. I look left, 144 is the next high. Maybe that's too close. So, maybe I don't, even though it won a race, maybe I don't want to, I'm not interested in this. This is why you've got to practice trading. Okay. Because just because things are moving, even you get an alert window, just because something appears on your alert window, doesn't absolutely mean that you're going to take the trade. But it basically creates a watch list for you. And now gives you well, obviously a finite 10 stocks to watch all day long. I mean, look at the fro. You can kind of see that if it takes out the high of, looks like that's Wednesday. I mean, it's got a lot of room. Just take a look. You always have to, I always start checking, on a daily chart. Where's the next high looking left? I mean, I have to go back to, well, I can't see a next high looking left. I'm going back 2 years. Do I care really anything that happened earlier than that? I personally don't, but that's me. Yeah, I mean, rum is, it's an erratic trader intraday. But if this is the type of stock, I mean, if you believe in the story and all that, and great things are going to happen from this platform, okay. But as an intraday trader, certainly it is erratic. Well, the one that won't die. So here's GME, guys. GME is actually, look at this move for GME. Let's take a look at AMC, see if it's following suit. No. So GME is kind of trading on its own. Well, on its own. Usually AMC and GME kind of trade in tandem. Well, guys, ALLK now is getting more and more interesting. Looks like it's trying to take out the high there. Certainly we have an uptrend. Definitely higher lows. But could it struggle to get through that high right there of 613? That's where it got to. That's the high of the day, approximately anyway. Mm. Yeah, you see the struggle that ALLK is having to take out the high of the day. Look at all these topping tails right around that area. It's just sort of struggling to get through that. All right, guys, I am just going to put myself on mute for about a couple of minutes, just following internal discussion, trade ideas, okay? Yeah, minor move now. BCAN just came out of its halt, but I'd be very wary of this one. All right, Mookie, are you still in the YouTube room? I can show you very quickly about docking. Look at ALLK guy, this the struggle it had to get through that high. Yeah, the Viru, I mean, the next level is that $11 level right here. It did get through that 1259. So Mookie, are you still in the YouTube room? I just want to quickly show you about docking. Okay, so docking always starts like this. So new, whoops, click on new and then dock to window. I'm sure you know all, if you went, if you went to the guide, you probably know all this right now. I'm going to type in test. I'm going to give it a name called test. Okay. I want to get rid of the instructions. Okay. So here's my blank docked window. Okay. Nothing in it, obviously. So let's put this one in Reels Momo Trendo down. Okay. Right click, duplicate into test. That's why you give it a name. So there it is as a tab. I'll take the halts resumes. Okay, take the halts resumes, right click, duplicate into test. There it is as a tab. Okay. Now I'll do one more. No, that's okay. Obviously you can put as many as you want in here and you'll see them as tabs to begin with. Now to rearrange them the way you want, you just grab, and I think this is the problem most people have. You just left click and now grab it and see how it floats around, but you see this icon shows up. So if I want the halts resumes below Reels Momo Trendo Town tab scan, I just click on the down. So here it is. If I want it to go to the right, I just highlight it again, click on it, and move it until I see this icon pop up with the 4 directions. I'll pick the right this time. Okay. I think the problem is some people, you might grab it like that. Well, even then, I guess it's okay. Again, now I want it to the left of it. So that's it. That's really all there is to it. What I would do though is I would give it a name that starts with doc, because, and save it, of course, save it, because when you do that, if I want to bring back any doc channel, I file, load from cloud, and I type in doc, D-O-C, okay, I'll see all of the all the doc channels that I've created. And that's what I do. You don't have to, but that's what I do. Okay. But again, this is something, people don't have to do this. You don't have to create docs. It's, makes it a little sometimes easier to navigate things, but I mean, it's not, certainly not necessary, 100% necessary. I would love to know how many of our customers actually do this. Okay, so anything else that you need to know? And of course, I use docs too. I do use docs, but it's nothing that people don't have to. Hmm. Viru, yes. This is really interesting on the ALLK. Immensely shortable at Interactive Brokers. They just won't give me a fill. And this is certainly not down 10%. Well, Mookie, and that's so simple to do. I mean, just keep duplicating what I did. You know, give your doc window a name, and then everything you want to put in there. So everything you want to put in there, you just right click, right click and duplicate into that window, into the doc window. You gave it a name, you should give it a name, and then it'll duplicate into it. You can put as many scans as you want into that doc window. So there's no hotkey. If you if you left click on the chart, Jason, okay, left click on the chart, typically, and left clicking on the chart just to let trade ideas knows to know what chart you're in. Left click and then just start typing. Typically, that's going to bring up the change symbol box. Okay, and then you click on change, or you start typing and you can hit the enter or return key on your keyboard. That'll do it also. Okay. Now, for some of you, and I don't know why for some of you, when you start typing, nothing happens. But if you hit the space bar on your keyboard, that brings up the change symbol. So I just don't know why I couldn't get the fill. I don't know why I couldn't get the fill. I was went in at the bid. The bid stayed there for quite a while. They wouldn't fill me. Oh, look at grab. Okay, guys. So again, so important that you practice trading. Okay, we have a simulator here that uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. All you have to do is load, go to our toolbar, click on new, and then click on Brokerage Plus, and then this window will appear. You may have different columns than I do, but that's up to you. Boy, Viru, yeah, no kidding. Tremendous collapse now. Getting to a really interesting. I mean, if it takes out 11, there's a 200-day moving average now, 10, 11. Look at Beyond, guys. Now this is truly Beyond. BYND, Beyond Meat, all-time low now. Ah, not available. Stupid IB. Not available for me right now without them searching for it. Now I know it comes and goes at Interactive Brokers. It comes and goes. So again, guys, okay, with the simulator, okay, it uses our real-time data. So when you load it, when you load Brokerage Plus, and this is only available. Oh, I'm very satisfied with IB. Very. I mean, this is kind of a weird one for me on the LLK. You know, not getting the fill, even though it may be a good thing. You know, it may not be as dynamic as I want, but I'm very satisfied. Yes. I mean, does it have the same number of shorts as say Centerpoint or one of those? No, but for a typically though, and I've had them for 6 years, so I don't work for I don't work for IB or anything like that. I have never had an issue with IB, never freezing up on me during the trading day, things like that. I find it a very reliable platform. And if I didn't, I would change. So again, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like, okay? The Brokerage Plus, it'll say not connected. And all you have to do is click on SIM, and that will change from not connected to account. Click on account, and then click on simulated trading account. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. All you do is you just click on an alert. The symbol will show up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at, and you're set to go. So if I wanted to take this ADN right now, let's just take 400 shares. I'll go right at the market. The spread's only a penny. Click the buy button and then send it. So now I'm in the trade. Okay. And now I can, I mean, these are some hotkeys we've got. All you do highlight so if I had a series of trades I was in the simulator, I could highlight the one I want. I could flatten it. That'll get me out of the position. Half gets me out of half. Double doubles my position. Or of course I could go into the box here and just trade exactly how many shares I want to get out of. Okay. So very simple to use. If you want to practice swing trading, if you don't exit the trade by the end of the day, it'll carry over. Oh boy, Viru. Well, getting to where is that 200 day? Yeah, 1003. So it still has room to the 200 day, VERU. Just a big meltdown now. This is a virus play, right? So I guess most of the virus stocks getting hit. All right, guys, give me about 2 or 3 minutes. I have to let our little poodle out so she can do something if she wants to. Okay, so just give me a moment. All right, guys, I'm up. I'm back. Now, we've also assigned a way in which you could very quickly buy something by using the buy button on the chart. Okay. Now, I don't want to, this is not a strategy. Okay. All it does is, and down the road, of course, you can adjust it, but we're just trying to make it very simple for new people rather than, having to do a bunch of steps to create that buy button. Now, if that buy button on your chart is looks like it's grayed out like that sell button is, then you must be on a later version of Trade Ideas, okay? And then that buy button, once you click on the sim, the buy button will appear such that it is not grayed out. So what the buy button does is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price you want, and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Okay, again, that's not a strategy, but it's just to show you, how you can click on that buy button. So let's just do something here. Look at Momo, how it zoomed up there briefly. Well, let's take the ALLK as an example. Let's just say you wanted to buy this. Actually, let's just show you a couple of things. So you can practice taking something on a pullback. So if you thought you wanted to take ALLK, but maybe if it pulled back to, I don't know, 560, okay, or right to the bottom here, 558. So you click on the buy button, the crosshairs will appear. You drop the price to where you want to take the trade, with that dotted line on the chart, then left click and release it. So it'll take the trade at 559 if it gets there, and it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Again, nothing scientific about that. Now you can always take that stop and move it. Now, down the road, when you get used to using something like this, you of course can assign maybe your own strategy to the buy button. If you want to, you don't have to. You can just go manually here. Now, you could have also done the another way of doing it. If you had thought, well, you know what, I wouldn't mind taking this trade, ALLK, but maybe if it takes out the high of the day, that could get it rocking. Okay. So we could have put that order above the high of the day. Of course, at this point, if I want to take the trade right now, I can just move that blue line up to the current price and it'll take the trade. But I'm just trying to show you, how you can, a lot of people like to take trades on pullbacks. Well, guys, yeah, the play of the day really, or the sector was the vaccine sector, just to basically pick a short and just hang with it. As Zach on his Moderna and NVAX, yeah, big moves down, but the Viru really has not had any sort of a pop. I mean, look at this. I mean, it had a little pause there, but it's been almost straight down. So if you were in this short, though, obviously be aware. There's a 10-day 10-day. The 200-day moving average is right there, right around 10. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're both vaccine plays, aren't they? Like rum, there's the high, almost 14. That takes that out, guys. I think this could really get rocking again. So let's do on the rum. Let's do the same sort of thing, Instead of, I don't want to chase it necessarily. So, but if it pulls back, I don't know. Let's pick 1350. So I can click the buy button. Crosshairs appears. I can, try to adjust right on the chart where I want to take it. So I release it, left click, release it. So it'll take the trade at 1351. Now let's put this in some kind of a context. So CFVI, which of course became rum today. There is the high, 1446. Okay. That was the day, I mean, it was a crazy day. That was on Thursday. That's the day they, basically said, yes, the merger's going ahead and looked all rosy, and then it just dropped to 1131. So you got to be aware of that. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Again, internal discussions, trade ideas. Okay, guys, let's take a look at the ADN. So, okay, so you see what happened. It took the ALLK, so it took that trade, all right, on that pullback. Now, if you want to get out of this trade, you just flatten it. All right, guys, definitely keep an eye on the rum, taking out 14, RUM. Okay, sorry guys. There's so much happening in the background for us at Trade Ideas. I'm totally distracted right now. Alcoa, AA. Okay, Mookie. I'm glad that helped. All right, guys, 11:32. I just want to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room at Okay, guys, yeah, it'll be Chris in our YouTube room at noon. So when I take my break between 12 and 1, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over there if you want. Chris will be there, as I say, from 12 to 1 while I'm on my break. ALLK. Would have been an awesome short, but I just don't understand. So I'm going to exit this. I'm going to flatten it just to show you how you do that. Just don't understand why I couldn't get the fill. Certainly plenty of shorts available. Ooh, look at rum now, guys. So again, very difficult intraday trader. You know, if you believe in the story, of course. Well, it might be an interesting swing, but I'm not recommending it. I'm just showing you. It's not normal though. When the stock is not down 10%, it's just not normal not to get a fill almost immediately. Because the bid ask, it wasn't moving that much. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it. All right, guys. So I may have been wrong. This thing about the 17 for 12. Okay, so if you take out the 17 for 12 right now, the 17 months for 12 months on that promo, 17 months from now, you can get the 17 for 12, but not with the 25% discount. Okay, that's I guess what I've been told. It'll be at whatever the prevailing rate is. Still a heck of a deal, but not quite with the 25% discount all the time. Well, look at rum now, guys. So that's why you've got to be. Look at this. Look at this sell-off. It's just like the day that it was announced. I mean, going from 14 down to what, 12.50. There's a $1.50 move on the way down. So just got to be careful. Meanwhile, the SPY is just, yeah, I mean, again, we're into, the last few days, it has just been up, down, up, down, up, down, mainly down, of course, at the end of the day. But we've had these wild, not necessarily wild, but we have these swings intraday on the SPY, which really makes it tough depending on what you're trying to trade. These ones here, they're usually somewhat immune to the SPY action. These bigger scanners from the open because they're smaller stocks, but they're certainly still volatile. These stocks, though, the large cap gainers from the open, typically probably will follow the SPY a lot more, which makes it tough. I mean, if you got all, that's why you always have to have a glance at or have a SPY chart or the Russell or some other way to track what the overall market is doing when you get into a trade. See, the problem I have with a lot of these that are winning races today in the volatile, in these ones, there's this call it the smaller cappers. They just look like they're coming into too much resistance. I look at eFresh, and $3 looks like a huge, huge stumbling block to get through. This ADN though, boy, oh boy, this has been pretty darn good. 450 is the next high looking left for ADN. So in the afternoon, I think this watch list really becomes important, guys. I've said this many, many times that especially this one, because a lot of times what happens is that these are pretty volatile stocks, certainly in the morning. And then all of a sudden, they'll do nothing for several hours and then they get going again. They can get going again. I'm not saying all the time. They can get going again is sometime in the afternoon when the enthusiasm comes back. And so that's why I'm saying keep an eye on these stocks in the afternoon. Maybe put a price alert somewhere. Now, the CRBG, this was an IPO from a few days ago. This was an IPO on Thursday. Having a good day today. Pretty good day today. CRBG. This KNBE, guys, this is a buyout, potential buyout, right? $24 buyout offer. So it's starting to move a little bit more again. KNBE, KNBE. Well, Doodle, do you have trade ideas? Because, you can have these. If you have trade ideas, you don't have to rely on looking at it on YouTube. Now, understand also that this version that I've got probably is still not available for you guys, okay? I know it's easier to read, okay? Still not available. I'm using a development version. Hopefully this version will be released this week. But there's no adjustment that I can make, okay? Background colors or anything like that. No adjustments that I can make. But again, when you say it's difficult to make out on YouTube, um, that either tells me that you're not a subscriber because you don't have to rely on YouTube. Just you can load mine and the other thing is, guys, I mean, again, if you right click on your scan, on your racing scan, if you don't see this use browser interface, again, I don't think this has been released yet. This is why you see that it's way more smooth than if I uncheck it, okay? Well, I want to do it again because I don't want to stop the race. But you see how the stocks move up way more smoothly. See how that just zipped up to the top? As opposed to kind of a herky-jerky action if a stock is winning a race. Again, this is an upcoming build for you guys. I don't think it's available yet. Let me just check on the home page, but I'm almost 100% sure it's not available yet. Yeah, so you're still on that version 5.6.9 is the beta, and I'm on, yeah, 0.11, you see, but that's a development version. So hopefully this is going to be released this week, okay? Just have to make sure, obviously, that there are no bugs in this, but I don't think there are. And Pepe is again saying, yeah, it's not available yet. Look at Holo. Oh, man. I mean, I hope nobody. I mean, this is just nonsense. I mean, utter nonsense. $38 down to 7. Again, this is one of those SPACs, became a SPAC, or was a SPAC, became HOLO today. Golden Golden Path Acquisition. So that was probably what, GPAC? Yeah, so that was GPAC. Stop trading as GPAC today under Holo. TI strengths, let's take a look. There, it's called swing picks, right? Swing picks in our channel bar. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. I mean, there's Mattel right there. So I'm, this is a daily chart, of course, but it is updating. Not sure I know what you mean exactly. Is it only updated at the time you pull it up? Remember, it's a daily chart, so it may not look that dynamic. But if I switch that to if I switch it to if that's what you mean, if I switch it to say a 1 minute chart, so is that what you mean? I mean, I'm just looking at my IB, and I mean, it's at 2151, 2152. So, so Pete, I just need an answer. Is that what you mean? That you don't think it's updating, but it is. But remember, you're looking at a daily or a weekly chart, but it is definitely updating. I am talking to you. Well, you said, is this window only updated at the time when you pull it and not continuously? It looks this way. So I don't know what you mean by that exactly. These are the, okay, so I, again, don't know what you mean exactly when you say it's not updating. Well, this is it for this week. These are the ones for this week. These are the 5 for this week. I don't have any other explanation other than that. Again, these are the swing. This is swing picks. I don't know why Mattel is loading. It might be something. I think Mattel might have been from. But these are them right there. These are the 5 for this week. I mean, I freely admit I don't pay any attention to them. They're just not my style. But these are the 5 for this week. ASC, HLIT, NOC, BJ, and ACHC. There will be, there will be others from previous weeks, I guess. Oh, these are from previous. You have to. Oh, okay. These are from previous weeks. You can just sell. Okay, these are from previous weeks. Yes. Okay. But these are the current ones. The TI strength right there. These are the current ones for this week. These are from previous weeks, so you can see how they're doing. That's all. But I'm looking at the price. I'm just making sure that 29.44 is the last price, which it is, as an example for UUP. And I guess the cutoff is 73, I guess. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. When Chris is there, he should be showing up momentarily, probably within about 5 minutes. So here is the YouTube link. Yeah, so we don't have, I'm answering somebody in YouTube. We don't have EMAs at all, okay, in terms of scanning. You can put an EMA on the chart, but we don't have EMAs on the scanning at all. So we cannot show you anything that has anything like 5% over a 9 EMA. And also peak volume on a 1 or 2 minute chart. If you're talking about what is the biggest 1 or 2 minute volume bar in the pre-market, we can't do that either. We cannot refer sort of with a custom formula, but I don't think it's not exactly what you're looking for. Okay, so if you're saying, what is the 1 minute volume bar in the pre-market that had the biggest volume, can't do it. Just give me a moment, Chris. I guess I have the room on mute. Give me a moment. You're in a little early, which is excellent. Just give me a moment. There we go. I can hear you now if you talk.
Good afternoon or morning. It's not even afternoon
Well,
here yet. It's only afternoon somewhere over the Atlantic, technically.
Actually, it's still morning for you.
Yep.
4 minutes.
It's only afternoon somewhere over the Atlantic still for
Exactly.
our side.
Exactly.
Afternoon for Michael already.
Okay, guys. So Chris is in the room. Do you want to take over, Chris?
I'm ready if you're ready. I believe the person you're talking about the volume with I had in chat, and he was someone that you had in on an email thread this weekend. So I told him, join, use Barry's link.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. All right, my friend, I'll put myself on mute right now.
All right, and setting my timer, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Okay.
Have a good break. All right, everybody. So, whoops, I forgot to switch screens. Ha, 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 ha. I'm so funny. There we go. There we are. So happy Monday and all that. Gap down, move up, fill the gap, reverse. And here we are. So just bear with me one moment, just setting a timer really fast. So I know when Mr. Barry has returned. Put my earphones back in. All right. So yeah, that's what I figured. Howlin, I figured that's who you were. Iris, how are you? Happy Monday to you. So essentially, what we can do is this for a scanner. All right. Let me open up and get a new alert window here so I can go over what a configure would look like. All right. So this is a configure of an alert window. All right. And we have, if we come to the search here, these icons that are these single icons like this are alerts. They're an event, a new high, a new low. In your case, you'd want a new pre-market high, or you could use a new 5-minute high. A new high won't work because new high is only a regular regular market event or regular market alert. That's why we separate it with pre-market and not pre-market. But like I said, we do have the ability to say new 5-minute high, 10-minute high, or 15-minute high. So, or not even new, just 5-minute high. So 5-minute high, you can see there, 5-minute high. So this is the first part of scanning for you anyways, if you want it to be an alert window. We have other ways we can do this for scanning too, and all are going to be in real time. I personally prefer, no matter how I'm scanning these days, to use our quote unquote, we call them races. I prefer to call them relative strength scanning, but that's, you know, personal preference to me. It makes it sound a little nicer. But again, 10-minute, you know, I can do a 10-minute high, or I can do a 15-minute high. And there are other alerts or events that can be used in this as well, such as crossed, not crossed above open, obviously, but these crossed resistances confirmed, or crossed below support confirmed, or non-confirmed, those will work. I believe our running up, you know, running up now, running down, these different channel breakouts, a lot of these things will work. But for your specific item, the volume, all right, let's head into here, and there's our 1-minute volume. All right, this is just going to tell me, you know, this is, I can add this filter, all right, add filter, and now I can give it a value here, and I can use the show me function and say, you know, as a minimum value or a maximum value, I could throw whatever number in here, 100, for example. Now it says, it updates the scan live, show me stocks where the volume of the last minute is at least 100% of normal. And that is being, you know, that is given from a 5-minute, from a 10-day average. All right. So something in the pre-market, I mean, for something in the pre-market to trade, it's normal volume over 1 minute, when most stocks almost never trade in the pre-market, would be a huge deal, right? Especially when you're taking into account the volume that the stock trades during the regular session and the post-market session as well. So to get up over that threshold would take quite a bit. But let's say you had something trading 50% of what it's normally trading. Now, while that's technically below its 1-minute average, that's its 1-minute average for a whole day, right? Not just a pre-market average. Now, with some custom abilities, we can compare the current minute to the previous 4 minutes, but we cannot compare candles. We cannot compare candles, period. We cannot look back at individual candles in the scanning itself. But, you know, you could create a scan, all right? And you could say, whatever, you know, you want the minimum price to be, let's say, 50 cents, right? And you could say, I want to see, you know, stocks that have that much volume in it already. And let's say you want to make sure you're getting stocks that have some action in it, and it's not something that's only traded 1,000 shares in the pre-market, because something that's traded 1,000 shares in the pre-market there's no action in it. You know, it could be one late settlement from the prior day that could give you that 1,000 shares. So let's say you want to put a minimum of 10,000 shares in it. 1, 2, 3. All right. So a minimum of 10,000 shares like that. And then you're going to need, let's say, pre-market high for an alert, and you can add that alert. All right. So this is just a very, very, very basic scan right now. Stocks that are at least 50 cents or more, traded 10,000 shares on the day, and have this going on the 1-minute volume. All right. Now I could run it back, and I could show you the history, what this did during the pre-market today. You can see all these stocks that would have come in during that. There's other things you can add to this too, all right? But this is what you would have gotten with just the pre-market, you know, going back to 4:13 in the morning here, Eastern time. Volume today includes today's pre-market. We can't separate pre-market volume. We can't isolate pre-market volume currently. I hope that someday we will, but as of now, we can't. So unfortunately, that's just the way it is. So, of course, like I was mentioning, there's a lot of stuff you could do with this, but I think people have this very big misconception of trying to scan the pre-market and then carry that over into the regular market with the same scan. You're not going to find many stocks that have great movement in the pre-market that have traded, let's say 5 million shares. You're going to find stocks that have traded 5 million shares in the pre-market probably, but your Apples, your Teslas, and those stocks aren't moving. There's no real movement in those stocks versus the stocks that are giving you big percentage moves in the pre-market. They're trading 100,000 shares, 300,000 shares, maybe a million shares. But if you were to scan, if you're trying to scan something that's traded 10,000 shares or more, and it's, doing X amount of volume to make it kind of interesting for the pre-market, and you try to carry that scan over into the regular session, you're going to get inundated with alerts, because tons of stocks will meet the criteria of that aren't really moving. It's just that as compared to the pre-market in the regular session, they're going to be moving quite a bit. So if you set that filter during the pre-market, what would happen? Well, just as what I've shown here, unless I'm misunderstanding, what filter are you specifically referencing then? You can't set a filter to the pre-market. You can only use filters that work in the pre-market. What you could do is we have a time of day filter, and you could tell the scan to stop working when the regular session opens. But personally, I don't trade the pre-market anymore. However, I'm a huge proponent of, if you're going to trade the pre-market and regular market sessions, to have separate scans and layouts for pre-market and regular market. Now, what you could have is a set of pre-market scans, and then you could have a set of regular market scans that have similarities to the pre-market scan, but higher volume metrics to make sure you're not getting stocks that have only traded. For example, if something's traded 100,000 shares at 11 o'clock Eastern in the morning, I'm sorry, it's a liquid stock as far as I'm concerned. Now, I'm not saying it's not tradable, but the odds of you getting good moves and good fills in that are slim to none, realistically speaking. Now, that's not to say at some point during the day that stock can't come alive and become liquid and interesting, but odds are that stock was probably not very active in the pre-market as well. So that's why I think they should be completely separated, those market times and scanning. Mike, see what's happening? Welcome. So the volume today filter is just going to work on the entire day's balance of volume. So if you set it for 10,000, okay, glad you agree there. Just because I have a lot of people that come across, and, personally, I think they're all very new traders and do not understand market mechanics at all. But, it is what it is, because people of all walks are coming and joining us. And, I myself, as a completely self-taught trader, was there once upon a time. So, far be it from me to tell people what to look for. I just have my own personal set of thoughts and opinions on how these things work, and market mechanics are market mechanics in the end. So, but you can tell the scan to look for X amount of volume, but there's no way to make it, that X amount of volume only for the pre-market on the volume filter itself. So hopefully that makes sense. And just taking a look at the overall market here. Looking at my compare count windows, we can see the sellers are really starting to come in a little bit here and really put pressure as we come back down to the come back down towards that opening 15-minute range here. So, looking at new highs versus new lows here. So let me know if what I'm saying is, obviously making sense, and if something I'm not clear on, or I could circle back on for you, of course. If I set volume to 300K during the pre-market hours, does it look at yesterday's volume or the morning pre-market? It would only look at the morning pre-market's volume. We have a volume yesterday filter. Configure. So these are things that we have. Volume yesterday in a percent. And again, you're going to take a 10-day average. You have a change from the previous day as in price, percentage, and a position in previous day's range. I believe all of these would work in the pre-market too. I'd have to double check the PDF we have on that, and I can send you that PDF. Actually, I think our chat is still open that we were in. So here, I'm going to give you that PDF. Attach file, PDF. So I just, in that chat that we were in, I just gave you a PDF of what does and does not work in the pre-market session. And that chat that we were in will be emailed to your email address that you started the chat with there. So you'll have that for reference as well. There's only a few things we have that don't work in the pre-market, essentially. And for example, relative volume, let me bring up what that is. So this relative volume filter does not work in the pre-market. However, this relative volume alert does work in the pre-market. And the reason behind this not working is almost no stocks trade in the pre-market. When you look at it as a relative basis, stocks generally do not trade in the pre-market. So we don't want stocks having no volume in the pre-market session affecting the relative volume of the regular session. So that's why it's excluded. However, we do have volume today as a percent, this filter right here. This works on a 10-day basis. So it's very similar to the relative volume, but not exactly the same. Relative volume is 30 days. Today volume is 10 days. One is a ratio. The relative volume is a ratio. So one is normal, two times, three times, so on and so forth. Again, we're back to percents here on this, 100 being normal, 200 being, 2 times, 300 being 3 times, so on and so forth. So you could also scan based on this here. And so what I've done is I've created a pre-market setup here, actually. Let me bring that open for you. I can show it to you. And I mean, if you ever end up subscribing, of course, I can share it. Pre-market. So here's a pre-market setup that I have. Now, in the regular session, it's not going to work right. One is kind of like market breadth for the pre-market. It's going to be pre-market highs versus pre-market lows in the pre-market. And it just has a few volume metrics in it to make sure I weed out junk stocks as much as I can in the pre-market. This one over here, what I've done is I said, find me stocks that traded at least 5,000 shares on the day and have a price of at least 1. And then after you find me those, I want you to sort them on their volume today percent, meaning that whatever has the highest percentage of volume as compared to the previous 10 days of volume, I want at the top of the scan. So the scan's essentially doing all the filtering for me to try to make sure I'm getting stocks that are interesting. And so, for example, if I took this and I ran back a time frame here, also I want to note, using historical data on top lists is ill-advised, generally speaking. If you're going to look at history, use an alert window, because top lists have a 5-minute span that they're looking at, and a lot happens in 5 minutes, and we can't display all that happened in that 5 minutes. So it has to default to pick where it wants to pick from, and there's a whole bunch of factors that go into that on that 5-minute time frame. So again, if you're ever using these scans, don't use top lists for historical reference, generally speaking. In this case, it's not a bad way to use it. But anyway, so let's go to historical date and let's look at today, and let's go with 4:30 a.m. today. All right. And this is what this looked like. So you can see how little volume anything that had done a lot of volume had done. For example, WDH at 4:30 this morning, all right, had only traded 18% of what it's normally trading for the day. And that was it. It hasn't done anything for the rest of the day. FOXO had done 15%, and we can see it's gone on to have a good volume day, nice and liquid, good relative volume, but still, not a whole lot going on there. KRBN, all right, had done quote unquote a high percentage of volume, even though it was only 3%. Think about something. In half an hour of the pre-market, had done 3% of its entire total volume it's normally doing for an entire day, but hasn't gone on to do anything since. Now, let's go back and look at what happened by 5:30 in the morning and how much this had changed. And now we can see By 5:30, BCAN had done 5 times what it's normally doing. All right. SNTI had done 2 times what it's normally doing just in the pre-market alone, where FOXO, which only has 1 day to go back on anyways, was there. So we didn't have a very active pre-market by 5:30 in the morning in general. Look at how little volume anything that had a high volume percent given a 10-day average had done. So it was a very inactive pre-market right away. We can see here up to 5:30. Let's go back and let's look at 6:30 in the morning. And we can still see very inactive pre-market overall. Very, very inactive pre-market. So hopefully that all helps. Hopefully that all makes sense. You cannot adjust pre-market volume versus regular market volume. Sorry, no. I believe it's all based on technical analysis, Hans, but I don't. Michael keeps that under lock and key, the exact proprietary formula of that. I can tell you that position and lifetime range has something to do with it, and position and a current range and in some current range, maybe a 20-day range or something around there, because my evening scan often has stocks that are on there. So, make of that what you will. Right. So, I mean, this is something I could readily share with you. Should you subscribe? And again, if you subscribe, I would, recommend you to all right. So, just you have that email from Barry. I see you gotta run. Best of luck with that. As a parent myself, I am sympathetic to that situation. And you have that email from Barry with that discount. So, go ahead and make sure if you're going to subscribe from there. If you do, give us an email, and I'm happy to share that scan out, what I've showed here in this specific setup for you. But there's way more we can do with the pre-market than that. Although I do think pre-market scanning is fairly simplistic in the sense that, you don't want to over filter and miss things. I just had to type out a message there. Yeah, I mean, people like him got to talk, right? People ask his opinion. He's obviously very successful. He's been very successful in everything he's done as far as the market goes. I don't know about everything, but obviously he's a very successful business person in general and in the market specifically. So he's asked questions all the time and he has to answer. It's just like, in after any game, a baseball game, a soccer game, a football game, a hockey game, oh, you guys lost today. What contributed to your loss? Well, the other team scored more points than us. But of course, that you got to give the reporters more than that. Oh, this happened and that happened and blah 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 blah. So, I'm just gonna let price dictate what I do, and if it goes sideways, so be it. I'd rather it go sideways than be a bear market, to be quite honest. There's a lot more control over things I can do sideways than I can in a down market. It just kind of is what it is. But bear markets and a sideways market, neither are conducive to what I'm hoping to have in general. But I full well understand that's the name of the game, and just is what it is. So, of course, any other questions, fire those away for me here. I've got to take a video capture of something really fast. But, yep, please let me know if there's any questions. All right, so I just threw myself on mute while I was doing a video capture of something really quick here. There's some issue with Brokerage Plus that I've had, and trying to figure out why it happens to me. Other than that, not a whole lot for me to comment on as far as the overall market goes.
GLT.
Bear market and all that. There's been some okay trades to be had in here. BWEN has started coming through here. Made a little spike. I took a scalp trade on it. Did all right there. ALLK, something similar. Seem to be having a connection issue here. There we go. I took it here on this second 15-minute candle. Held it through here, and as soon as we got here and I couldn't get through this level, I sold it as it was pulling back to 6. So I don't know, 17, 18 cents I got on it, 19 cents. Not what I was really looking for, obviously, but I just don't trust anything. And as soon as I'm up and it's starting to reverse, I'm getting out. That's it right now. That's all I've got going on. NAT, anything that's moved up quickly, moved up early, I just have no trust in it. AZUL, this has been, this is one that I had it here. I had a price alert for 980, and I just didn't trust it, to be honest. Not enough volume there for me. and given this market, it's gone on to be a nice move. Like I said, I just don't trust it. Goal was another one that's been coming through. Here it is again. Had a price alert here. It's made a near 20-cent move off of my price alert. It's an okay percentage move. I just don't trust this market. If you got this going on with the SPY. It's Monday. I'm in no rush. No reason to put myself in danger. NKLA. They still produce the whole zero vehicles too right now. I'm shocked that they that the price is so low having produced zero vehicles. I mean, just insane to me. I don't understand how people like Elizabeth Holmes get a prison sentence and people like the WeWork clown and this guy here are not in prison for the crap they pulled. But it is what it is. Martin Scarelli, rightfully so, thrown in prison, but these idiots are allowed to still do what they're allowed to do. I mean, literally lie about everything. I don't get it. But that's a nice move right there, on a percentage basis here. Very nice. Market feels just extra weak to me right now. It really feels like the market's just waiting for some excuse to really sell off right now at this point. What else is happening? I had some miners, I guess it's silver and or gold miners, I'm not sure, make some moves up, and they don't look strong anymore. I'm just not interested in chasing stocks that look like this in a weak market, on their weak sector in a weak market. It's not like something like this, ALLK, while it's way down here, it has an interesting gap on it, and there's obviously some massive interest. I'm guessing some kind of news. I mean, again, it would be impossible for me to care less about the news. But, it was interesting. There's a lot of volume in this opening hour here. And so, I took my shot. It couldn't make it through that 6th level, closed it out real quick. And that's the market we have. That's what you got to be doing these days, or at least for me anyways. I can't comment to anybody else. Will trade ideas do more with options someday? I'm not sure, Happy. I'll be honest. I really couldn't say one way or the other. I know with this big AWS migration that we're making, that there's going to be, the ability for more filters to be able to be created. As far as data and space goes, how easy those filters and data are to create remains extremely difficult. This isn't just, we don't just pull in data from places. We pull in the raw data of volume essentially, and then we have to break it down, pull it in and then break it down through our formulas and algorithms. And, these add billions and billions of data points to the software. And then we have to keep it all in history as well afterwards. So that becomes the really big challenge, is all the history that has to be kept of these data points. So is it possible? Sure. I don't know how likely and how soon. I can tell you that among feature requests of filters, that options volume is among the lowest of the requests. So I think if and when we start adding new filters, probably I would say something like pre-market volume being isolated would be something that would be first looked at, followed by EMAs, and multiple different EMA timeframes would be the next set of things being looked at. That would be where I would lean towards as first things being looked at. Let's see, other things I was watching today. XPEV, anything China wise, I'm not a believer in these days. This makes this nice move up, obviously gap down, a big reversal, and then that's it, runs out of steam here. I had the price alert here at, I don't know, whatever that's around 1540, And it made, a nice 30-cent move off of that. I just wasn't a believer in it. I didn't want to put the risk, where am I putting my stop all the way down here, especially in the opening? And then, once we're here, it felt like we were running out of steam, declining volume, volume's already declining. We're running into resistance from prior days, from a couple of days ago. It just didn't feel like a good risk reward setup to me there. What else? This was formerly CFVI or CFIV or whatever that SPAC was, and now it's Rumble or whatever it is. I'm just not interested in trading something like this. It's trading on news and emotion and all that nonsense. There's no data for me to trade on. Huge risk, no reward as far as I'm concerned. As far as I'm concerned as a trader looking to trade on some historical data, you know what I mean? At this point now, I could say, $12 looks like a solid floor. And if I'm a believer in it taking out $14, then maybe this is where I want to be, somewhere over the $13.50 level. But then again, it's giving me a 50-cent reward to $1 risk. So terrible risk reward for my look on the chart. I'm not looking to swing this or swing anything. I'm not looking to invest in anything like this. The scanning that I do like this is completely different than anything I would scan for, investment thesis. So that is what it is. What else are we looking at here? AAL, American Airlines came through the races early. Same thing. No. What else? Carnival, is this Carnival Cruise? Yeah, CCL Carnival Cruise came in. Same thing. Nope. ABYA. Nope. GEVO. Nope. So a lot of these started off with some quote unquote heavy volume and really nothing afterwards. I will note some Brazilian stocks here again. PAGS is a Brazilian stock. All right. Now, while it's got some liquidity, it doesn't have heavy volume, but this is a thing that can move very quickly. AZUL, another Brazilian stock here. Again, volume isn't there for me as far as I'm concerned. I'd like more liquidity, but it is what it is. And GOL, same thing here. Not crazy about the liquidity or volume, but Brazil, I guess, is moving. EWZ, I think, is the Brazilian. Yeah, Brazilian ETF. So Brazilian ETF is having itself a pretty nice day, up 3% in the face of a U.S. market that is down. Across the board, it's down. So, make of that what you will. And again, anybody with questions, fire those away for me here. Hard to believe. Holy cow, we're already at 12:30 in the afternoon. Everything else that's coming through the scanner just, didn't really have it today or doesn't have the volume to make me interested. GLT, but I don't think I started seeing this until around 55 or so for some reason. Maybe the volume maybe I hadn't traded enough shares yet. Somewhere in here-ish, I didn't start seeing it too. So the relative volume is okay. I'd like to see a few more shares traded to this point of the day, to be honest, for a day trade. Nothing very interesting here to me. Just not enough liquidity. 600,000 shares to this point. Short's going to trade over 1 million by the end of the day, but in this big downtrend, going to take one person with a good size, set of shorts to wipe this out. EFSH. Nope. This thing is, there's no liquidity here, even though the volume, quote unquote, relative volume is high. NAT. Again, makes a big early move. Just kind of hanging around in this area. Nothing to say. Again, we talked about this. Miners and precious metals I have zero interest in. This is an inverse ETF on your biotechs. Nope. ADN makes a nice move and just got rejected just off of recent highs. I just have a test position here with IB. Unfortunately, now I'm underwater on it, kind of annoying. But something I'm testing with IB. We already touched on ALLK. SNTI, same thing here. Makes this, big noisy move in the early session and then just declining volume. And not to say it can't reverse, but I highly doubt it will. The general rule is, low price stocks, they don't really make comebacks usually. Not to say it can't, just not banking on it. And last but not least, talked about this already. This is holding up all right here. Again, I'd like to see more liquidity while it's got a good relative volume. And it's running into a lot of recent resistance here. I mean, we can draw a line back here and we can see very big level of interest here, 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 and here. If it could get up over probably, I'm guessing that 360 level, give or take, then maybe it'll have some legs on it. I trade both pullbacks and breakouts. What I do is I have this, scan going throughout the day. I start to make price alerts and I bump those price alerts around according. So here's my price alerts window. I'll bring one over. And I'm bumping these around. So, FOSL, I could bump this down. Not much of a pullback here, but I could bump it down if I wanted to for a pullback. PL, we could bump this down for a pullback. I'm not a believer in pullbacks right now because it seems like when most things pull back, that's it. So, but I could bump all these around. I've been tracking these since the open. So again, I could bump this down for a pullback. Throw that at, I don't know, 192. It's just, these aren't looking like very good pullback setups to me, as far as I'm concerned. Bump this around for a pullback. Again, keep bumping these around for pullback. This is pulled back off the high. I don't even need to bump it around. AARY, same thing here. I could bump it for a pullback, but the entire market, most stocks, I don't know, 75 or 80% of stocks are going to trade in lockstep with the market anyways. So, and a lot of stocks early on will kind of trade on their own. This definitely traded on its own compared to the market. And now I think it's kind of looking like it's trading with the market. Look at the volume and liquidity kind of lining up with the market itself now. So, make of that what you will. I'm less of a believer in pullbacks when the market is looking really weak. Again, this is, moving up 3%, almost 4%, but, 240,000, 250,000 shares on the day. I just, there's just no interest in it for me. And especially, where it opened on the day from where it is, what's my risk reward setup on this here? Looks like we're running into an area. It's had some trouble prior day, is this where I'm putting my risk, this where I'm putting my reward possibly. And it just doesn't, none of these setups don't make sense to me. So on days like today, I'm more inclined to trade breakouts than pullbacks. I'm just not a believer in, AZUL continues to look like it's trying to break out, so a consolidation and a breakout is more likely for me to trade something. But as it looks right now, I've made a couple of okay trades, and I'm not looking to hand back that money right now. So there's very, very little chance I'm going to make any more trades on the day today. And there is a 0% chance I'll make any more trades in the next 2 hours. 0% chance that I'll make a trade before 3 o'clock Eastern time. There's nothing on this planet that will get me into a trade before 3 o'clock Eastern time today. Outside of God walking down from the staircase of heaven, playing Staircase to Heaven by Led Zeppelin, telling me to take a trade. That is the only thing that would get me in a trade over the next couple of hours.
ADN.
So, all right, hopefully not boring everybody to death, although I've seen my numbers in here as high as 75 and back down to 63. So Looks like some people are bored with what I have to say here, but it's honestly, this has got to be one of the most boring market days I've seen in months. I mean, it's like everybody's just waiting around for something to happen, and it's a lot of head fakes and herky jerkiness. I mean, here we go. SPY's putting in this green candle on the 15-minute chart. I am a believer in nothing with this candle. I think it's just a lot of quote unquote gamesmanship, let's call it. I don't think it's a bold statement. I mean, first off, my trading plan, my trading rules say, basically I don't trade from about 11:45 Eastern to 2:45 Eastern in general. I need something to like really stand out to me, and I had to have been interested in it, for the first couple of opening hours for me to have even considered trading it outside of my normal time frames of trading. And there is nothing that I've been tracking that's doing that. So anything that even becomes of an interest in this time will have become of an interest, out of nowhere, meaning it had, a big volume spike and a big price movement during this time, which I'll consider suspect to be continued at this point. Where did it come from? Why did it come up to this level? So, and I'm going to need to see consolidation. I'm not just going to go chase something. So sure, something might become of interest, could have a big move, big volume and all that, but I'm not going to go chase that 15-minute bar up. I'm going to need to see it consolidate for a long time. And that consolidation period is going to be during the entire time that I wouldn't take anything. Minimum. So, for me to get into any kind of trades, the risk reward has to make sense. The risk reward, is multifaceted. And while my trading plan isn't overly complicated, I don't have 37 boxes to check. There's a few things that matter to me. The overall market will play a role in some of this. If something's a complete alpha stock, the overall market has very little bearing, but not zero bearing. And if things are not an alpha stock, the market has a heavy bearing. And right now, the market is it's not showing me any reason to take any risk right now. Again, AZUL just set off a price alert for me here. I'm just not going running in after that, especially, let's look at where we're at, just because it looks like it can make it up to this 1050 level doesn't mean it will. All right. And this is an area where it's gonna most likely struggle. It doesn't have good volume. It doesn't have good liquidity. So again, where's my risk? Off this 980 break, off this $10 break? Is it off this, 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart? Is it off the 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart? There's no risk that makes sense to me right now. And of course, this thing will probably keep going because that's the way the trading gods work. It'll probably move itself up to 1050 off of here. And sure, it could have taken it at 1026 and I could have gotten myself, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 25 cents, it's 25 cents on it. But what was I risking and why was I risking it? None of these stops make sense to me right now, given the market. It doesn't make sense to risk the money. Sure, I could pick this 8 EMA and I could risk, 10, 12, 8 EMA right now. Sure, I could risk the 13, 14 cents right now to try to make 20 cents. Is it technically a higher than 1-to-1 risk reward? Sure. But that risk reward is terrible given the market. This is my thought process right now. And I get, people have to make money and they got to trade to make that money and so on and so forth. But the more pressure you put on yourself and the more you try to force it, the worse your outcome will always be, without any question. At least that's the way it's worked for me. It may work differently for anybody else here, and all the power to you if it does. I'm very happy for you, and tell me how you do it. So yeah, that's that.
ADN.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to get a bounce at some point. Here's my thing with the SPY and bounces right now. The Bears are without a question in control. The Bears have all the power right now. We had that big bounce. And then when we sold off here, I mean, this was, I think, a much bigger bounce than anybody was expecting. I don't think anybody was expecting that bounce. And so to have those two bounces in a row like that, I think we don't see a real bounce until we come down to here somewhere. I think we're going to come down to here before we see a bounce. And again, I love making these predictions because I'm wrong almost all the time, which is my favorite part about making these predictions. But I don't care that I'm wrong. But I would be surprised because my predictions have nothing to do with my trading whatsoever, is why I also don't care that I'm wrong. I would be shocked outside of some fantastic economic data, wars ending across the world, inflation going negative, and us bringing back grocery bills back down and filling our gas tanks back down and travel in general back down. Outside of all that stuff that's wrong getting fixed, I would be shocked if we break 400 again for the rest of the year. Outside of us really just hanging out in this area and we get a nice rally leading in to a Santa Claus rally. And for those that don't know, a Santa Claus rally is not all of December. A Santa Claus rally is, I think, like 2 days leading into Christmas and 2 days leading out of Christmas or some crap like that. I think Santa Claus rally is like a total of 5 trading days or something. I don't know what the exact metrics are, but it's a huge misconception that people think Santa Claus rally is like the entire month of December or November after Thanksgiving to Christmas or some nonsense like that. That is not what the Santa Claus rally is. It's like 5 trading days or something centered around Christmas itself. It's like a few days leading into Christmas, then Christmas, and then a few days leading out of Christmas, something like that. I don't really have any interest in what it is. You know, I'm paraphrasing it, and I just don't have enough interest to do a web search on it. But aside from that, I just don't see how we get above 400. September is traditionally the worst month of the year. I don't see that changing in the next 2 weeks, give or take. October generally isn't great. I don't see any reason why October should be great, again, unless things really change, you know, as far as a world view goes and a national view go and all those things like that. And then, you know, once we get towards, you know, Thanksgiving, you're going to have a slew of holidays between Thanksgiving, the Jewish holidays, you know, and then moving into, you know, Christmas and New Year's itself. And so you're going to have less liquidity and volume and all those things like that. So, you know, we've got basically the rest of September, all of October, and I'll say the first 2 weeks of November for the big players, the quote unquote big players, to move the markets in an uptrend.
Barry.
I just don't see how that happens. And by all means, I truly hope it does. I don't need a bear market. I don't want a bear market. I don't even like bear markets. But they are a fact of life, and we are, in fact, in one. So as I wax poetically about markets overall, boring you all to death, I apologize. There's just not much else for me to point at as far as scanning goes right now. There's just nothing stands out right now. It's a lot of, you know, a bit of a slugfest back and forth while the bears continue to try to pull us lower. It looks like even the scanning here, you know, VTAQ again. Do you really want to trade something that's making moves like this? I don't. You know, AUPH. You really want to be involved in something like this right now? 1 million shares traded, trading around normal, massive downtrend, middle of the afternoon, a lot of head fakes going on. I'm not, you know, max N. You know, here we go. Now it's defying gravity of the market itself, but, you know, just know 700,000 shares traded on a move like this. The risk reward isn't there for me. Now back here, I did see it coming through my scan back here. Hindsight 2020. I wish I had set a price alert at 26. I just discounted it. I don't know why. I just didn't set a price alert there. Shame on me for not doing that. I might have had a good trade in there actually, but I didn't. I discounted it. Actually, I won't lie. I was in the middle of a remote and a demonstration of something. And so that's why I didn't really give it a second look, because I couldn't make any trades. It's actually set up a very nice risk reward here. Had I been paying attention better, because I was getting it coming through here, and look at that nice set of range and the bottoming range on those candles. That did set up a very nice risk reward, as a matter of fact. Shame on me for missing that. Anyways, it happened. There's nothing I could do about it. Trading, yeah, it's hard because the saying goes, don't short in the hole, right? I typed in spot, right? Yeah. So we've got these down days again. So is this shorting in the hole, or are we ready for some more weakness? I don't know. It's always going to be hindsight trading, or as I like to call it, Monday quarterbacking. It's always easy to look at the tape on Mondays and say what the team did wrong, right? But in reality, in the moment, stuff is not easy. And in general, I mean, I may have my hand forced to do some shorting again. In general, I just don't short. I haven't had to. It's a different animal. It is not the same as going long. It has a lot of similarities, but I never worked out a solid trading plan for being short. So I've never, I just haven't done it very much, and that's all there is to it. And maybe, there's probably some professional traders that may have listened in on this or may hear it and say, shame on me. I won't disagree with you. Shame on me. But just in my 5 years of trading, I haven't had to do it. I really haven't had my hand completely forced. Every week I always find a few long opportunities that work well over the last couple of years. If that stops, obviously I'm going to have to revisit and put some more work into a short trading plan. And that's all there is to it. Till that day comes, I won't. I don't need to currently. So no use on worrying about my roof leaking, until it starts to leak. So again, anybody with questions, please fire them away for me. So see AZUL again, poked up at high a day, still can't get through it, but I set a price alert. I mean, this may end up being something I decide to trade later, come 2:45, 3 o'clock, it's held up here well. Maybe the market has a little rally in it for half an hour or something going in towards the power hour close. Why not? Especially if it's been basing, let's say it bases, and never comes below this level right here. And all of a sudden we come to this part of the day later in the day. Well, now I've set up a good risk reward, right? I've got a solid risk that I can be confident in, right? And while that doesn't bode well for the reward here, all right, it's setting up a better risk reward scenario for me to take a serious look at later in the day. does trade ideas. Have time cycle tools or charts? No, we don't have any cycle theory or anything like that. If that's what you're referencing, seasonality and oh geez, I got to pull from my CMT thoughts here. Oh boy, I got to go back to cycle theory. We have nothing with cycle theory. The closest thing that might be something, intraday wise is going to be your compare count windows with new highs versus new lows. But there's no filters based on any kind of cycles or anything like that.
Azul.
There's Azul again, shouting it out. And again, still not much happening here that's got my attention. CCNE. Not a lot of liquidity, even though the relative volume's high. Also, not crazy about that spread. Airy here, I set this price alert on to that pullback, and Airy can't get up over this level still. PL is another one. This was, had some interest a few days ago, just kind of hanging around at this level. What else? These are all price alerts that I have. None of this stuff is really moving off of the prices that they're at. Although, you got the SPY now. You see a lot of those stocks, those price alerts are going off, and we've got the SPY moving up. But again, I'm just not a buyer at this time of the day in general. Not day trading anyways. Yeah, that's all I got. Oh, the time has come. Let's just, I guess, while there's not a lot else coming in.
That's going to forever crack me up.
Oh, my alarm.
A little timer reminds me of some kind of an egg timer. Egg is done.
Just the simple iPhone one.
Right. I don't even know what time cycle tools are. I'm glad you answered that question. I have no idea what time cycle tools are even.
Well,
even
I mean,
if we had them.
Cycle theory anyways. So you have, seasonality as one of them, and then
I see.
I can't think of the damn things. I got to start reviewing my CMT stuff again because I got a couple of months till the test. But like Farrier and things like that, singlet waves, and I don't know, all this nonsense.
Yeah, no, you're past me on that one. Hey, Chris, keep an eye on this VTAQ, okay? And anybody else, of course, who can hear me in the room. The reason I say that, this is a SPAC that will become another symbol will become another symbol tomorrow. Got horribly beaten up all the way down to 4. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with this. Obviously, if I knew, I'd be mortgaging everything and putting it in. But it is going to become another symbol tomorrow, and it's just one of those crazy ones that you never know. Sort of like, well, we've seen what can happen the day of. Now, also take a look at Holo, HOLO. This also became, and it just got devastated, once the selling really came in. But I'm just kind of intrigued by this VTAQ.
Wow, the down 90% from the open.
Exactly. So that's why, of course, you can't walk away even if you got. But I kind of like that VTAQ just to see how it's holding over 6.
Yeah.
And I may, just for fun, as I guess we'll call it the wild hair, take just a little bit just to see what happens at the end of the day today and after hours. Kind of like what happened with the CFVI and the RUM on Friday.
Yeah.
Just to kind of see if there's any sort of a movement once this takeover is absolutely complete. I'm not sure what the symbol is going to be tomorrow, but it is supposed to start trading tomorrow.
Interesting. And looking at RUM now, symbol. I mean, you can see it's, found that 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart again. Looking to try to challenge that 14, but I'll be sitting on my hands from just being a spectator for at least the next hour and a half.
Yeah. So Salvatore is asking you a question. You can answer that.
As volume plays an important role in the effect, how difficult would it be to implement market profile? Do you know what he means by market profile?
No.
Me neither.
Market profile.
I mean, if you're talking about the volume as compared to the overall market, I'm not sure we could really compare that. I mean, just compared to the SPY. But I mean,
Yeah,
I would
volume
just use our regular volume metrics, relative volume and how it's compared to what it's normally doing. Just as long as you're not looking at something like RUM or HOLO or something that has no real historical data, is all I could think of. But I am not sure, Salvatore, what you mean by market profile.
All right, Christopher, if you do want to take off now, I will permit that.
All right. And yeah, I've got to run to the test drive meeting and then
Okay.
the executive other meeting that David wants me in, and
All right.
meeting after meeting.
I'm sure you're happier than anything.
I
Okay, Chris.
counting the minutes. I'll see you in a couple of hours, Barry. Take
Okay,
care.
bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. Let me get my music going and then I can be fully functional. Okay. So I was saying in the YouTube room, this VTAQ, guys, I may take just a little bit of this just to see if it does anything crazy, especially after hours. Supposedly the merger is done and it's supposed to start trading under the new symbol tomorrow. Now I got horribly beaten up this morning. I mean, all the way down to 450. It's had a little resurgence. So, we'll see. We'll see. It's the main trading room, Mookie. I thought you'd been in there. Maybe there's another Mookie. Here we have a YouTube room, and then we have what I call the main room. Much more activity in the main room. I can give you the link if you want to head in there. A lot more traders, a lot more ideas thrown around. Okay. Where are you trying to get rid of the logos, Mookie? You mean here, or I'm not sure where. Are you talking in a race? All right, guys. Now, rum has been all over the place today. This to me is, again, you either believe or you don't because this is a difficult intraday trader, in my opinion. But, there's the high. There's that high of the day, 13.99. So I don't know when you trying to get rid of the logos. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm talking to somebody. There it is, guys. So now we're at an intraday high now for rum. Oh, okay. I think I don't use that. So let me just see if I can figure out even where that happens. Quick save as default. There you go. Thank you, Pepe. So when you make the change, save as default. I can't even. It's a feature that I can't. I don't. I don't even remember how you activate it. Not in the properties. Not sure why they did that. Oh, I see symbol. Okay, I see symbol plus. Normal logo only, no logo. Okay, yeah. So obviously what you have to do is you have to save that as your default then. No logo. I guess I've got no logo. Not sure why they've even got that, but now the other key area for rum is up here, okay? Because remember, this is really, that's the next high looking left, really. That's 1446 when it was CFVI. That was on Thursday. They made the announcement. We're going to look good, and then just massive sell-off. So, just be aware of that. That's 1446. Okay, so wow, the VTAQ just took a bit of a header here, so I'm gonna have to wait on this one. I'm gonna put an alert around 6:31, see if it gets back up there. Yeah, it's a SPAC that will turn into, I don't know what the oh, I see it actually got halted too, probably on the way up and way down. So this is the merger with Presto. PRST tomorrow. So it'll start trade. Not tomorrow. Okay. So it's tomorrow that the merger is expected. And then PRST on. So I jumped the gun a little bit. I thought it was actually tomorrow. So the merger approved tomorrow and then starting to trade as PRST the next day on the 21st. I see. Okay. Woo. I saw that showed up on your bounce scan, Zach, but wow. I mean, that first alert was at 1428, then 1309, then 1280. I mean, it's bouncing now, but oh. Yeah, somebody mentioned BCTX earlier. I think they did a financing. Maybe not. I think it was some other company, another smaller one. I think it was BLRX. So BCTX, yeah, just getting crushed here. Another choppy day on the market. Sort of. I mean, we had a tremendous run. One, two, three, four. So we had an hour and 55, an hour and 15 straight up. Then we had about an hour kind of down, little base, and now we're trying to move up again. You know, the AZRE is still interesting, guys. I mean, they had the news this morning, the big comeback, of course, big comeback. It did, I mean, it got all the way back down to six. Six seems to have held. AZRE had some news this morning, some kind of a deal with First Solar, FSLR. Speaking of solar, did CSIQ ever trigger? The answer, oops, CSIQ. This is the trade of the week, but it's not considered live unless it hits 40.47. So I discount anything that happens in the pre-market. So it did not, it is not triggered yet. 40.47 is the trigger. Yes, 40.47 is the trigger. So it is not triggered yet. You know, the only downside I can see, I know Goldman put downgraded them last week. I think on that day right there. But let's see if, take a look at TAN. Let's see if the overall sector is moving well. Not really though, not really. So this is, if you're trying to play a sector play for CSIQ, the sector is not helping. How about First Solar though? The First Solar, my guess is has to be, yeah, First Solar's up a little bit. All right, so 680, sorry, BCTX showed up. Now, looks like it could be a lot of, well, maybe some support around 680. Is there any news on this one? I don't see any specific news on it. Not yet, anyway. Got to be something going on, obviously. But there looks like there's some support right around this, between 660 and 680 for BCTX. It is now through the 200-day moving average, which is 729. So it's through the 200-day moving average. Rum, guys. Rum on the move. Big. Remember now, that 1476 is the actual neck high looking left, okay, when it was CFVI. So takes that out. It could still have a massive run in it. It's above it now, guys. It is above that high and volume coming in. Lots and lots of volume coming into rum now. Mega volume coming into it. Look at the volume. Whoops, sorry, wrong chart. Look at the volume coming into rum or UM. Look at the volume. The biggest volume bar of the day was at 9:30, which is typical. This is now, what time is it now? This has another 45 seconds before this closes. Another explosion for rum, maybe. Holding that 15 now. Big explosion for rum now. You know that's a potential buyout, right? The PRPL, Todd. Okay, and the buyout is supposed to be at 435. Just so you know, in case. Okay, you do know. Okay. It's no strategy, Mookie. It's just having. I have it on a thumbnail chart. Okay, just obviously in play today, so it's not a strategy so much as a feel. Okay. I mean, we're all waiting for this. You know, on Friday we knew that it was going to start trading as rum today. So in the pre-market, you know, I had this up and I had it as a thumbnails chart. I mean, there are just some things which you have to pay attention to, regardless of whether it's coming through on a scan or not. I only have 4 thumbnail charts, okay? So I'm not overwhelmed with the number of thumbnail charts I've got. Yeah, what did this one? Sorry, SHCR. Problem again. Look at all the resistance right around 2. Well, I don't know if it's going to bounce from here, BCTX. I have no idea if it's going to, maintain this bounce. It's had not a bad little bounce, maybe 20 cents. I was saying this area here, this between 630 and 650 looks like there's some kind of support. I wish I knew what the news was. I don't see any specific news for this one, but this is just being creamed here now. Bonjour, Christophe. That is in our YouTube room. All right, guys, rum back at 15. Yeah, they buy each pull. You're absolutely right, Zach. This has been buying every little dip so far, anyway. Did it just trigger CSIQ? So this is the trade of the week. And yeah, it did just trigger. 4047 is the trigger. Now, how you trade it is completely up to you if you want to trade it. So if you take this trade now, remember the stop is the 50 SMA on the daily chart. So if you don't have the 50 SMA on your daily chart, add it. And how to add it, just right click, indicators, and just go down to moving averages, SMA, and you can add it. Put the 50, it's defaulting to 20, put 50 in, and you can add it, put a color in, okay? Yeah, CSIQ is the trade of the week. Oh, sorry. Yeah, CSIQ, yes. Did I say CSIQ? If I said CISQ, but I'm pretty sure I said it's CSIQ. CSIQ is the trade of the week. And it did trigger. 4047 was the trigger. And again, don't ask me, okay, Barry, should I take this trade? This is completely up. I'm not just talking to you, Mookie, but to anybody. This is completely up to you, all right? Meets your trading plan. What's a trading plan? You better get one. So just a quick in and out, Christophe. Okay, you too. You have a good day too. No, it isn't. William is completely and utterly kidding, okay? Well, it's passing a test so far, blue collar. It's passing a pretty good test, getting through 1550 so far. Needs more than 15 seconds? Okay, you are right. Well, let me back this up again, or take a look at CFVI, because remember, this is still the daily chart for rum, okay? It's just because it's now rum. So there it is, 1467. The next high looking left is 1542. The next high is 1578. So this is, and let's back this out a little bit more. So 1578, 1582, you can kind of see, I mean, this 16 level. Remember, there are a lot of people who was, holding this one when it was CFVI. So getting through 16 would be massive somehow. Okay, in my opinion, because then we've got some shots to that 1864 level. Just because it's trading as rum now, it doesn't mean all this disappears. Okay, all these previous trades and or chart. So my inclination now is on the VTAQ is to watch it tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow is when it. I read that wrong. I thought it was tomorrow. Thought the deal was done today and it'll be trading as the new symbol tomorrow. But I'm actually a day early, so I'm going to keep an eye on this one for tomorrow. Holo halted on the way up or the way down? I guess minor on the way up. What a joke, though. I mean, guys, 37.85 in the pre-market. People buying this thinking, you know what? Maybe this will go to 100 like some of the other ones. Oh man. Well, if you had it, as long as you had a stop. HSCS. Let's take a look at HSCS from Captain K. Yeah, big volume burst, but nothing coming of it yet. Well, there's a new one. Thank you, Christophe. I'm now a language teacher for those who English is not your first language. I can speak some French, but I will not do it. I agree, blue collar though. That gets through that 1550, longer than 15 seconds. It's too bad. It just drives me crazy when I see some of these that are winning races and I click on them and I just see highs that are too close for me to take them. STKL, it's at 10:30 right now. 1050 or so looks like, well, those are the next highs looking left. Just too close for me. Yeah, there will not be very many. I'm sure Zach might have some shorts for rum. It might cost a bit. Most brokerages will not have rum, I don't think anyway. Certainly not many. Shortable today. The volume keeps increasing. I mean, that was a big volume bar, the previous 15. Now this is another big one. Volume keeps increasing. This is another minute to close. It may challenge that opening one. 1.37 million, 1.21 million. So this might challenge. So the volume is increasing with the rum. Well, you're certainly able to. Now, the reason why rum is not appearing is because on these ones, if you have the change from the close as one of your filters, because it is now trading, I'm assuming anyway, because it's trading as a new symbol, it's not going to show up. But certainly, I was able to add it here, my like symbols. But guys, you have to understand. I mean, if you were in the room on Friday, you know that this was going to start trading as rum today. You got to follow the story, the CFVI story, and that the merger was accepted. It was going to be trading as rum. So even though the fact that it did not show up on any one of my scanners, that did not prevent me from putting it as a thumbnail chart and following it. But let me see if it shows up on that. Yeah, so you see, if you take out in these scans here, if you're following my scans, the change from the open, 2%, that's preventing stocks like rum to show up. But this is Pepe's what's called the IPO scan, that basically you'll see IPOs plus I guess symbols that are trading brand like new today. Yeah, on your scan, yes. Problem is, it's got a custom formula in there, so I cannot give it to you, unless you know how to build a custom formula. No, you cannot attach a toolbar, Mookie, to your docs. You cannot attach a toolbar to your docs. Shouldn't have to though. Use one layout. Here's my toolbar. I've got a layout. That's it. I don't mess around all day long. Yeah, you can pose a question in English, of course, Christoph. Oh, in French? No. No. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Christophe. I just cannot answer questions in French. My French is, it's okay. I grew up in Montreal, but certainly not proficient enough. And plus, this is an English room, so I'm very sorry. We don't understand that language either, Colby. All right, see if this rum gets back over 15. All right, there's the VTAC, VTAQ. Wow, what a spread. 576, 622. They really don't want you to trade this right now. They. Here's that bid ask. Look at that. 576, 622. This is Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Your broker should have something like that time and sales. Of course it will. No, okay. Shalom, shalom to you too. But International Day in Trade Ideas. No, it's not a holiday. It's a federal holiday, I know, for the Queen, yeah, but it's not a holiday. It's not an official holiday. It's a federal holiday, federal employees. That's it. Yeah. How can I make stocks go up and not down? Another question from our YouTube room. I know he's just kidding, but Bowl guys, BOWL. Wow, this is an all-time high. BOWL now is an all-time high. Saw this one on Friday. Don't think I really hadn't seen this one before. Bolero, haha. Little play on words, I'm sure. Or the spelling, I should say, for those of you who know Bolero, the song or the music. Well, Ravel. Are you kidding? Are you kidding, William? Okay, guys, rum is above 15 again. Really? For retirement? Hmm. Keep an eye, guys. Rum right back up. Right back up. Well, that'd be a big change. I think you're right, though. Getting through that 1550 in a big way. Gets through 16. I mean, this could just do something really crazy. Now look at these, look at that volume, guys, and the volume is not abating yet, really. I mean, this is still strong, strong volume for rum or UM. Oh, so close, so close, so close, so close. Done for a while anyway, guys. Through 16, rum. The true test will be how does this trade tomorrow? Okay, is it going to hold its gains? Is it going to hold its gains today? Again, I have to keep looking at this 1853, 1670. Okay, so 1670 is actually the next high looking left for rum. And then after that, 1703, after that, 1840. Well, try Christoph, okay? I mean, you use Google Translate or something. Just try and see, okay? Who taught me how to trade? The question in our YouTube room. I've been trading for a few years, so I don't think there's not one person, just the accumulated knowledge over many, many years. But let's put it this way, I didn't have a trading room, I didn't have anything like this. So, a lot of trial and error, a lot of looking at thousands upon thousands upon thousands of charts. I don't really remember, Hoppy. I really don't remember. How long did it take me to get become profitable? There's a question they get all the time. Well, if I trade ideas, how long will it take? the harsh reality is some people never get it. It doesn't matter whether you have trade ideas or the most wonderful trading program in the world. Okay. It does take time. Some people pick up the idea of trading more quickly than others. I will say this, though, have a stop, obey it. Don't blow up your account. I'm not just talking to you, Hoppy, but just in general. Yeah, there wasn't a bounce for BCTX. That is still moving down. Yeah, this is shortable for me, but 85,000 shares, but it's too late for me now. Boy, the sixth level. I mean, I'm still trying to see if there's any news in this. I don't see any news. Spread now for VTAQ. Yeah, it's still not great. 582, 618. They're really trying to not get people to trade this right now. The market makers. Well, I was before, Brian. I haven't worked for Trade Ideas all my life. So the question was, if I didn't work for Trade Ideas, would I be able to make a living? So the answer, I was before, and when I stop working for Trade Ideas, I will afterwards if I want to keep trading. But it is always nice to have a second income. There's no question. One of the tough things about trading is that if you're relying on this as your only income and you've got to make money every month to pay the mortgage, to pay the bills, that's really tough. It's really, really tough. I think most people, they're very undercapitalized when they try to start trading. We get some very unrealistic expectations. I see the emails come in. I've got $5,000 in my account. Can I make $300 or $400 a month? I mean, is it possible? Of course, anything is possible. Is it probable or highly unlikely? Yes. Okay. My goodness, yeah, I can't imagine. I mean, I'm in a very fortunate position. Yes, I work for Trade Ideas. My wife has a very good job also. So, I mean, if I have a bad week or something, it's not going to devastate me. So because so much of trading is mental, and if you start taking bad trades and try to revenge trades and double up and triple up and quadruple up, try to make up for losses, wow, that's a tough one, guys. So does Holly AI work well? Well, I don't use it very much. It's not it doesn't give me the type of alerts that I want, so I really can't answer that. I mean, I like if I see one under $20, I will definitely I will actually look at it a little more closely. But to be honest, I'm just doing my races now, guys. I mean, I don't really care about anything else. A couple other scans, and that's it. But this is what gets me going all day long, just following. Obviously rum is a different one because it didn't appear on these scans. So I mean, every day is different. But in general, I am just concentrating on these race scans and then allowing it to create a watch list for me. Boy, I wish that spread wasn't it bad on the VTAC. Let's tighten up. It's only 20 cents now. Wow, look at this one from the beginning. Solar. It's funny because when I look at TAN, it's not like all the solars were ripping higher, but look at MAXN. Just been, I mean, basically from 11:15 on, been straight up MAXN. But I did not see TAN, which is the solar ETF. It's not like TAN is doing that much. Yeah, I mean, in fact, it's actually slightly negative for the day. There's another one, AMRS. Another one that's been basically straight up. Wow, this one has room now. 489. I mean, it's got almost $1 to the next high. Interesting. Okay, so Christophe, if you can understand me, no scan here triggered rum, but rum was something that we knew was going to start trading as rum today. Okay, so that's because it was CFVI. This is a question in our YouTube room. What scan is giving you rum? Okay, so we knew this was going to be trading as rum today. This was the action on Friday. Look what happened after hours, got up to 1282. Now it's trading as rum today, RUM. Did the merger, the whole bit. So this is something that I knew we had to follow today. My thoughts on algo, I'm sorry, auto trading? Yeah, I'll never auto trade. Okay. Sorry, that's my thoughts. I will if auto trading were I would auto trade if I thought auto trading was the way I could make money. I will never auto trade. I will always want to click on an alert that I get and check to see what's happening before I take the trade. Okay, that's just my style of trading. I will never auto trade. I don't mind waiting seconds. If I want to take this trade rather than taking it on some kind of an auto trade, when I say this one, I'm just talking in general. I'll be honest, I wish we didn't offer auto trading, but we do. But those are my thoughts on it. But here's the deal. You want to auto trade? Before you would auto trade, either, your own strategy, you would need our premium service, and then you can practice in our simulator. Okay. And then you'll see, whether auto trading is for you. If you can make money auto trading in the simulator, doesn't necessarily, depends what we have some customers extremely unrealistic expectations. Well, that's the problem though with in live trading. I mean, you can get perhaps reasonably similar results, but you might have to factor in slippage. You might have to, depends what your strategy is. We have people who say, you know what, I've got a strategy. I want to make a nickel at 5 cents with a 1 cent stop. It's not going to work. I don't care if it backtests well, because you have to understand, you get an alert on something, especially something that might be moving fairly quickly. So let's just say I get an alert for VTAQ, at 6:15. Well, right off the bat, well, actually the spread isn't bad right now, but this could be moving so fast that you would never get a fill. Okay, even if you're auto trading, it might be moving so fast in this particular case. I mean, some stocks don't move, as fast, but like the rum, you might get an alert at 1574. Even if you're auto trading it, by the time you could maybe get into that trade, the price might be 1585 as an example, because it's moving so fast. That's where and I'm not going to get into it, but that's where the limit offset comes in. If you go to the user guide and check back testing and check the AI, how it works, um, you'll find out about, well, actually brokerage plus, it talks about, your limit offset. So what does that mean? That means if you get an alert at say 1569 right now for rum, if it's moving quickly, where are you actually willing to take this trade? Because you can't get it right at the price. Are you willing to go 5 cents above the current price, above the trigger price, 10 cents, 15 cents? I mean, that's going to be completely up to you. We get a lot of comments about people, especially on the AI saying, hey, I've automated the AI even in the simulator and it's not filling me. Well, that could be because your limit offset might be very low, like 2 cents, 3 cents. When you get the alert, the price, the stock, even though you're trying to auto trade it and it's, relatively instant, it is instant, but the stock could be moving very quickly and you won't get a fill. And 2 cents is the default, yes. So you may not get fills at all. Ooh, look at this VTAQ now moving, guys. You see? So, and the same thing on selling it. You may want to sell like the back tester will sell it at your price. Yes, but it may have moved away from your price very quickly. Now, if it moves on the upside, that's fine. But if it moves on the downside, not so fine. So, I mean, that's why the backtester, I mean, it can give you, similar results, but it depends on how many stocks in the backtester are very volatile. Like the stocks that you're trying to backtest, how volatile are they? Now, if you're, I mean, if you're looking at, I don't know, apples and things like that, which have tight spreads, pretty tight spreads, usually not as volatile, then, your results are probably going to be pretty close. But if you're looking at things that are really moving, your results in the backtester may not mirror what you might get when you start trading live. And again, Bo, it all depends on where you're, like what you've scheduled in your strategy, where you're taking your profits. I mean, again, if you're looking to take 10-cent profits with a 2 cent spread or a 2 cent stop, it'll never work. Yeah, rum may have finally sold out for a while. Maybe. I mean, we've got a couple of topping tails here. I don't think, not too many firms are going to have shorts for it. Zach says he's got shorts at center point. Probably not a lot of firms are going to have shorts for rum. And it could be a really good thing that a lot of brokers don't have shorts for rum. Wow, this was shortable also for me. Wow. Sorry, yeah, SHC. Holy smokes, all-time low now. Oh, this had no bounce. Well, I shouldn't say that. I guess I had a little bounce here, but ah, I missed my on it, the VTAQ. I've missed it. The spread actually sort of tightened up. I'm going to watch this one tomorrow, though, guys, the VTAQ, because, they're going to, supposedly the merger is complete tomorrow. They'll vote on it. And then the day after, on the 21st, yeah, on the 21st, it'll be trading as PRST. So the same sort of thing, that happened with the CFVI and rum. Now, the big difference is that rum, certainly I would consider this way more of a well-known commodity than Presto Automation. Okay. People have been waiting for this for a long time. So ugh. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Wow, 2 o'clock. This has been a fast day. For me, anyway, it's been a very fast day. And what are the markets doing? So the markets are basically flat right now. NAS is down a little, Dow's down a little, SPY is down a little, but nothing earth-shattering. I just missed my entry on the VTAQ. Meanwhile, wow, SHC just collapsing. Down 26%. I can try, question in the YouTube room. Do I answer about creating a scan idea? I can try. If I can't, I will direct you to one of the other traders. Okay. We have 5 other traders, so they may have an idea, especially if if it's more swing trading, etc. But you can ask if I've got something or an idea. I can certainly pass it on. No, the program will not connect to Webuild to trade with. The only two programs that Brokerage Plus works with is Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Okay. Yeah, Christoph, I can. Yeah. So first of all, we don't have EMA crosses at all. Okay. So that's unfortunately that is the reality. Now we do have something in our Market Explorer, but it's not customizable. You know, you have to take it the way it is. Um, what's it called? The 821 EMA trend pullback. So it's not quite okay. The 9 is, you know, it's an 8 as opposed to a 9. You can try this and see what happens. And the time frame, no, I mean it's not customizable. So what you're asking for specifically is not customizable. Okay, we don't have EMAs at all. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. Yeah, sorry I couldn't help. I'd love to be able to say yes, just do this, but you can try that one, okay? Go to the Market Explorer. I mean, it's not the 9, but it is the 8. Close enough. Son of a. Again, guys, I say it like this all the time. Son of a, and you fill in the blanks. I really, really wanted this one. The VTAC, VTAQ. Okay, we do have, so the question is crossovers, okay? So if you right click, configure, so right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then click on search, and then type in, okay, so you can start typing in cross, okay? These are the crossovers that we've got. Okay, so if you, so let me do that one more time. So right click on an alert window, click on configure. In the search box, type in cross, start typing in cross, okay, and then scroll down. So here are our SMA crosses, okay, and the different time frames. Not all SMA, nothing to do with EMA, okay? That's what we've got. And 820 on a 3-minute. We don't have 3, but what do we have for 820 at all? Let's see, 8. So we have 820, 2-minute, and 5-minute, and 15-minute. Okay. Just give me. Exactly. It's all pre. And the reason why the question is, I cannot customize them. Okay, for different. The reason is that when we started as well, I wasn't around in 2000. Well, I was around, but wasn't with the company in 2003. But when they started, what they said, they felt that most people did not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create scans. So they tried to create enough filters and alerts that for the most part, most of our customers, could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking at, rather than, forcing them to do some programming. So, there's not a nine SMA, there's an 8 SMA. Okay. So sorry about that. I'm so ticked. VTAQ. I was talking about that with Chris in our YouTube room just before I took over again, just before 1 o'clock Eastern. And I said, this is one I'm super interested in. Meanwhile, SHC. Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry I can't be, rather, I'd love to be able to say, yeah, this is all you have to do. But yeah, that's just the way the company was designed. Most of our customers would never want to get into programming. Well, if you do, Thomas, you probably be aware we've got a great promotion on right now. Let me just, oops. Here we go. So there's my homepage link. So, I'll put this in also for general. But we've got a great promotion on right now. Now, a little confusion about it, but if you click on my homepage link, so 17 months for 12, okay? So that applies to an annual subscription plus the 25% off. So what that means is our standard subscription is about $1,000. So you would take 25%. This is on an annual basis. So our standard subscription is $1,000 less the 25%. That brings it down to $750. You divide 17 months into 750, and that comes out to about $44 a month. Okay. The premium service, doing the same math, 2,000 less the 25%, divide by 17. That'll take it down to about $94 a month. Okay. Now, where I was wrong is that when this is over, if you take out a subscription now, 17 months from now, you'll still have the 17 for 12, but you're not getting the 25% off. So it'd be the 1,000 or whatever I don't know what 17 months from now. I don't know what our annual on a standard would be, because it's what it is right now. It's $1,000 a year for the standard, 2,000 for premium. I don't know what it's going to be 17 months from now, but it would be grandfathered. So the way I understand, well, I shouldn't even say that. No, I'm not going to say that. Whatever the prevailing annual is, you can still get the 17 for 12. Now, you can also do it. You want to try us out? The first month, you'd get the 25% off So there's the standard 118 less 25%. Premium is 228 less the 25%. And I think then by September 16th, because this is when this, the 17 for 12 expires. If by September 26th, which is not that long from now, it's about a week from now, if you do decide you want to take out an annual, we'll honor this whole promo, okay? Little confusing. Now, again, this is also open for our current monthly subscribers. If you want to take advantage of this, the 17 months for 12, you can do so. If you currently have an annual subscription, this is what we do. You could take out this subscription right now, and then we'll add how many months you've got left. So if you had 6 months left on an annual, you could take advantage of this promo right now, and then we would add 6 months. So in other words, it will expire in 23 months if you had 6 months left on your annual subscription. Okay, little confusing, but you can always ask me, and I can try to explain it again. But this is the biggest promotion we've ever had. So this is what we have for Bollinger Bands, Howland. Okay, so if you ever are wondering what we have, okay, if you right click on an alert window, okay, and then click on configure, and then click on search, and I'm speaking to everybody. Click on search. Now start typing in Bollinger Bands, okay? Oops. This is what we have. So we don't have a break, but you can find stocks that are, say, at the upper end of a 5-minute or way above or below of a 5, 15, 60, or the daily. This is what we have. If you wanted 10, if a person wanted 10, we don't have it. If you wanted 25, we don't have it. This is what we have. So for instance, if you wanted to see something that was way above, say the 5-minute, you could put like 150, at the 150% as an example, or way below, use a minus number, minus 50 or something like that, okay? But that's not an alert as such. It's not going to alert you when it happens, but it'll show you all stocks that meet your criteria. And as far as standard deviation goes, the same thing. Just type in standard. So we have standard deviation breakout. These are alerts. And we have a yearly standard deviation and a filter. These are 2 filters. Okay? So that's what you have to work with. So you could build the scan around those alerts and or filters. And when I say build the scan, I mean you probably want to have a price range, maybe a minimum volume, price range, things like that. What do you mean by that, Calvin? It's binding? What do you mean by that? Oh, I see. Okay. You understand, Calvin? I have to treat every single question as if it's a real question, unless you put just kidding or something like that, because I have no idea. What a move. But what a move all day. I mean, this got down to $4, $4.50. And you see VTAQ won 9 races. Let me go over the races again, okay? And why I think it's super important that people understand how to use it or what they are, number one, and how you can use them to really get focus on one scan that creates an automatic watch list for you for the entire day. It automatically creates a watch list for you. And this is in our user guide, okay? But I will go over. So a race is always built on a top list window. Now, this is the top list window that my race is built on, but of course you can create your own. And in fact, if you wanted to just follow races on stocks that you like, in other words, a symbol list, or sorry, a watch list, well, we called it a symbol list, but you might have a basket of, I don't know, 20 or 30 or 40 stocks that you like to follow all the time. You could do that and just run the races on those stocks as an example. But this race, as long as a stock meets these filter requirements in this particular race, between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares volume, and up at least 2% from the close, a stock could appear as something that is, moving up the leaderboard and winning a race. So what do I mean by that? So before we had races, we still have top list windows, of course, but what the top list window was used for really is you can sort on any column that you've got in your top list window. So I just sorted on the change from the close. So right now it's telling me, and how to sort is just double left click quickly on the column header. So this is telling me that VTAQ is up 64% from Friday's close. Pixie's even getting action today, is up 18%, etc. Okay, it'll rank them. Change from the open, same thing. I'm going to double left click. VTAQ is virtually the same, 70%. Pixie is 22%, etc. But how would you trade that? I mean, knowing this information, how are you actually going to trade this? Is this VTAQ actually moving now? Is one of these moving now? How will I know? Well, that's where the races come in. Look at Pixie. We didn't see this one all day. So you could appreciate that it'd be crazy if you had to stare at this and watch to see how these percentages were changing. I mean, what if this GOVX, it's at 8.7% from the open, change from the open. What if it all of a sudden started to move, 9%, 10%, 15, 20%? You'd never know. You'd have to be trying to stare at a list of stocks, which is crazy. That's where the race comes in. So I run 4-minute races. That means, you can see this next race is getting set to begin. And I run 4-minute races. You can run 3-minute races. You want to run 5-minute races, 10-minute races. That's up to you. I chose 4 minutes. So what happens is when a race starts, every single stock is at the same starting point. Whatever stock is moving the most relative to all of the other ones, you will start to see it moving to the top of the leaderboard. So I call the leaderboard. So there's Pixie. Okay, what does that 2% mean? Since the race started, about a minute ago, this has moved 2%. Okay, so you would be clicking on that. As something is starting to move up, you can click on it. You don't have to wait for it to be at the top of the leaderboard. You don't have to wait for it to win a race. At the end of the 4 minutes, the stock that is up the most will win a race. And here's the beautiful thing. The more times a stock wins a race, it'll be added to this leaderboard or to this watch list. So VTAQ is in the number one in the pole position, okay, because it won 9 races today. SNTI won 6, etc. Okay, so this list is automatically created for you. Nothing for you to do. Now, if you don't have something that looks like this, if it looks more like this, which I call a lot more jumbled, yeah, you will see the one that won the race last at the top here, but I much prefer seeing an automatic list. So you just click on show top 10 winners, and now it'll turn into the top 10. Now, there are plans, because this question was asked last week, could we at least see the one that won the last race? You know, and it's sort of a separate, maybe a separate line, and that is coming. Because sometimes what happens is a stock that wins the last race, it may not be in, it may only won the first race, its first race of the day. And so what happens is you may have missed that because it won't show up here, but it will show up here. Oh, well, here, it's not yet, okay? If that makes sense, it will show up, it probably as another line, and it'll show the stock that did win the last race. So what I've been saying from day one is that start to click on these as this list has been created for you. You know, click on MRAI. Probably may not have won a race in the last little while. You may not even see it here. May not even be doing much, which is what you'd expect. Unless it's starting to move, you won't see it. But that doesn't mean that at some point later on in the day, maybe this gets rolling again. I don't know if MRAI is going to do that. But you might say, well, what if it takes out 115? Does it have some room to run? Maybe. 130 is the next high looking left, or 120. I'm not saying this is the greatest of examples, but what if MRAI, when you look left on the daily chart, what if the next high was like $1.50? Okay, you might say to yourself, wow, if this gets rolling again, if some volume starts coming in and it starts to, get again rolling again, this has some room. You could say that to yourself and say, I want to take that trade, or I want to know about it if it hits, say, $1.15, as an example. This is why you've got to practice trading. I mean, there's no guarantee that if it hit $1.15, that it's going to keep running. And again, when I look left, there might be too much resistance nearby. But that's why, you click on the different symbols that won races earlier. Avaya, let's take a look at Avaya. To me, it's a little too choppy, but you might say again, well, if it can get over 2 again, maybe that gets it running again, because we know, this is one that had a tremendous run from about 60 cents to 210 in about 2 weeks. I'm not seeing great examples because, what I like to see is a lot of room when I look left on a daily chart. But this is why I'm saying, though, click on the alerts and just see what's happening. The SNTI, which is really whippy. I wouldn't look at this one again. But dream about VTAQ tonight and not, is it be a nightmare. But by my mentioning this to some people, hopefully you saw what I saw and you had better focus than I did because I was probably doing something else. And maybe you took a little. So the Bollinger Band, I believe, does work pre-market. Okay, Howland. You did. I explained, how you can see what Bollinger Band. It does work pre-market. Standard deviations, I'm not sure. All right, guys. What time is it? 2:30. What a fast day for a Monday. For me, anyway. So these two races, they're essentially the same. The big difference is that the large cap gainers from the open, I basically took the same race scan as this one, and I added a minimum market cap of 500,000,000 and also a minimum float of 50 million. So you will not see stocks that are moving quite as much, which may, for some, these are very volatile. Absolutely. Can you get the biggest bang? Yes, but you can also get the biggest loss. Okay, they're very volatile. These are not as volatile, and that may, be something that a lot of people would rather have. And it's not that I'm scanning for a low market cap stocks in here or low floats. It's just that, for a stock to be moving, 10%, 12%, typically it's going to have to be a low float, something under 20 million, typically, and probably not a huge market cap, typically. But every now and then you will see something in the large cap gainers from the open that have, a big percentage move. I'd be also watching this VTAC after hours, with this merger tomorrow, and I'd watch it tomorrow. Now, again, they're merging with a company that I don't think most probably. I don't know this company at all. I mean, not that that matters, I suppose, but this is what it's going to become, PRST. Well, that's what our backtester does. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you're that specific thing, 30% in the last 2 years. Okay, but that's what the backtester does. It's an event. It's not based on. I mean, you can make it so it looks at just an individual stock, but that's what the backtester does. It looks at in the entire market. Now, gapping up in the last, because the backtester only goes back 63 days, In that specific case, you can't, it won't do it. Now, having said that, though, we do have a position in range filter. So actually, you could probably do that. We do have a position in the 2-year range. So you could certainly see stocks that are at the top of the 2-year range, number one. Okay, position in the 2-year range. Okay, so at the top of the range, 100%. Maybe 130% would work. Wow, look at this VTAQ. But that's what our backtester does. It doesn't backtest on a specific stock. I mean, you can force it to do that, but that's what the backtester actually is. It's what we call an event. So you create the event, you know, with certain filters in place, and so that if a stock hits a new high for the day, as an example, any stock, it'll show you that stock. Well, the standard deviation, you have your choice. Standard deviation, you have your choice of an alert or a filter. Okay, so standard. So if you type in standard, as I said, here's standard deviation. I've never used this, okay, but here's a standard deviation breakout. Add the alert. You can put how many standard deviations you want the breakout to be. Okay, or break down. This is a question in our YouTube room. So you can have how many standard that is an alert. Or you can see stocks that are at a certain standard deviation as a top list, so you can see them. You know, if you're saying, well, show me all the stocks at a standard deviation of 2 or 3, you could create a top list and do that. So at least you can see what they are. The red and green box on the top right. The red and green box on the top right. So I don't have a red and green box. So what are you talking about, Mookie? What are you talking about? What's the name of the box? What is the name? If you're talking, are you talking about this, the position in year and position in range? How it is red and green? Is that what you mean? These are our position in ranges. So for instance, Shopify, if you're looking at Shopify and it says 99.9%, this is in the position in the day's range. What that means is it's almost at the high of the day. Okay, this is just a real quick glance. The different ranges that we've got. This is a lifetime range. So even though, you know, it's at, you know, today, it's almost at the high of the day, but based on its lifetime, it's way down still. I mean, it's only, you know, 17% above, or it's, you know, if you took the high and the low, it's 17%. So it's still near the lifetime low. Are those the boxes that you're talking about? We have a lot of position and range filters. There are, you know, at a glance, you can really, so if you wanted to, you know, just see stocks, that are in certain ranges. These are the intraday ones, a position in the 5, 15, 30, and 60. The position in range is today's range. So for instance, if a stock hit a high of 10 and a low of 9, and it's at 950 right now, it would be 50% of the day's range. Position in previous day's range. So if you wanted to see stock above the high of yesterday, as an example, you could use that filter and put 100 or 101. So it will be above yesterday's high. So if you only want to see stocks that are above yesterday's high, you could use this position in previous day's range, or below yesterday's low. Stocks that are below as a filter. And then we have the position in the pre-market range, the 5-day range, 10, 20, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, 2 years, and the lifetime range. Okay, lots of position. Position in Bollinger Bands. I had a question about Bollinger Bands. So we have a lot of position and ranges, if that's what you meant, these red and greens that you sometimes see. Look at VTAQ. I am okay. Last time I say that. Well, I don't have a scan for it. Question is, do I have a scan for both the price? But you can create your own scan. It's just using the filter. Okay, so right click, configure, search, and now that cross you're talking about, because I don't know what price range you want or minimum volume you want, but this is the alert to use. And you didn't say the time frame. But here it is, okay? The 8 period crossing the 20 either above it or below it on 2 minute. Well, there we have 5 minute. So that's the alert you can use. Now after that, have you ever created a scan before? Okay, I'll give you a scan, but you probably should go to an alert to the user guide and click on. So if you go to my home page, because you should know, what an alert window is, and it'll show you how to create a scan as an example. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section. Click here on the education section, because creating a scan is one of the basic things. Click on the user guide, and then click on alert windows A. Okay, that'll show you how you can create a scan, what an alert window is, and how you could create a scan. Also, if you went to the Getting Started series, if you're a new subscriber, really recommend you do this. Here in episode 9, alert scans, alert windows, scan. Okay, so I can create one for you, but you really should know these are just some of the basic things. This is why we have that user guide, okay? So I will create the scan for you, but I need some information. What price range, what minimum volume, things like that. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, then the answer is you can do it. Yes. So you don't have a subscription yet. Okay. Okay. So you can do it. Yes. I see. Yeah, it's pretty simple. Yeah, price range, it doesn't matter. I mean, price range, minimum volume, all that stuff. I mean, that's just, that's very simple in a scan to do. Okay, I'll just do a new one just for you. What was it? A 20? Sorry, 5 minute. Okay. So the alerts. Now it's just a matter of, yeah, your price range is 10 to 20. I mean, it's so simple, and I'll put a minimum volume in, you don't want to have overrun by, okay, 500,000 shares. So between 10 and 20, whoops, 500. Let's do this. 500K, that's why it's always good. Click on the summary and it'll show you. All right. Okay, so there it is. Now, one of the things about these crosses, usually it requires some kind of volume confirmation, okay? A lot of people don't like that, but that's just the way it is. Whoa, rum, guys. Oh, okay, but that's how easy it is. Okay, so there you go. I don't have a 5 minute chart up, but I mean, I'm just showing you how easy it is. Okay. Yeah, real-time alerts, exactly. Real-time alerts. They just like, let me just go to a momentum channel. So we have a lot of theme-based channels that we've created, okay? So this is a momentum channel. So for instance, BWEN. Now, that was at 140. Obviously, the last time anything came through was at 140. But if these filter requirements are met, just like I was showing you before with your filter requirements, if the stock is between 1 and 50, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. Minimum volume, 100,000 shares. Volume in the last minute's 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. This is the event, okay? And if a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. And we would get, you would see alert after alert. If I relax these filters, you'd see a lot more alerts. In other words, when I say relax, take out the 1,000% of normal, 400% of normal. But that's the fine line. Sometimes, and depending on the day, you don't want a ton of alerts. Otherwise, you'll be clicking like mad and getting nothing done. But that's what that's what we're really good at, creating an event with a real-time alert. Now, that's a new high for the day, but I mean, we have all sorts of different, real-time alerts. I'm not going to go over them all, but lots and lots of real-time alerts. When you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alerts. So all these scans, you can have them, of course, your subscriber, you're going to have them. These are all pre-configured for you, or you make a change. I mean, if you wanted that scan, but for instance, let's say you didn't like that price range. You didn't like, the 1 in 50, maybe you want it between 10 and 100. Again, I'm just talking in general. And click on the summary. Now it's 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 10. So all I'm really trying to show you is we have a lot of different scans in all the different channels. And you can take a look at them. And if something makes sense to you, you can have it as part of your layout. You can make a change and then, have it as part of your layout as an example. That's what I thought. There are a couple of Mookies. Boy, this rum looks like it's going to make another new high, guys. There's the high up here, 1680. Yeah, and you're welcome. You're saying it makes it that what I went over is helpful. And if you ever become a subscriber, the first thing to do is do the little 30-minute video, the 10 videos, and it goes over all the basic things so that a lot should become a lot more clear, on that introductory video. Okay, guys, so typically at around 3 o'clock, I do put myself on mute. I'm always here to answer questions. I do typically put myself on mute. I can always hop on the mic, back on the mic, answer a question. So don't feel you can't answer a question, or I won't want to answer just because I'm on mute. And of course, I'll just pop in if I see something that might be interesting. So that's usually around 3 o'clock. I do that. The main room will be open until 3:30, and then I shut the main room down. And I know it gets a little confusing. People in our YouTube room wondering, well, what is the main room? There is another room. They see me, they see my screen and they hear me virtually the same way. There's just a lot more action in the main room. That's all. Yeah. So for instance, when your question was the tickers show up. So every time SHC would make a new low, you'd see it. You can just sort of see it, every time it made a new low. Now, I don't know when the first one was, but right here at 1201, the price was 1201, just kept moving down, down, down. Every time it made a new low, you would see it. And the thing is, you can put a sound alert on your alert window. So now I caution, as I say, I'm going to keep saying this, don't have too many alert windows open because you'll get nothing done. Okay, you'll be getting alert after alert and be clicking like mad on different alert windows and maybe getting nothing done. But you can put a sound alert on the alert window so that when you hear the sound, you know which window to look at. Well, this is continuing to move down the BCTX, yes. Just a guide, Mookie. That's all it is. It's whatever, whichever Mookie you are. It's just a guide. I would not even look at profit target. Profit target is meaningless. All it is double the difference between your entry and the stop. But if a trade is still working, why would you ever get out just because there's some kind of a artificial profit target? And the smart stop is just a guide. Okay. I'm not saying, dismiss it completely, but so all the smart stop is saying is that when you click on an alert, let me click on LYLT. When you click on the alert, so at $1, if you took this trade right now, the suggested stop is 189. That's pretty close, but that is the suggested stop. Okay. Well, I don't see a profit target of 80. I see a profit target of up here around 10, unless something's. Now, typically SPACs are $10. You can just sort of see what they are. If you don't know what a SPAC is, look it up. SPAC, blank check companies. These are companies that get formed. Some investors put money into the company, and then what they do is they're looking for a company to merge with, a private company to take public. Okay, so that's what happened with the CFVI, and they took. It's that became Rumble, RUM, the new symbol for today. So this company was looking, for a company to merge with, and it's the same thing with the VTAC. So what you'll see is they get formed, and a lot of times they do nothing for a long time, especially when they, the day of, because they haven't said, well, who they're looking at. But look at I don't know when. I have no idea. Maybe here, I have no idea. When they said, okay, we're looking to merge with this company called whatever it's called, PRTS. But that's what can happen. It can just be dormant for a long, 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 long time. Then the company may make an announcement of some sort saying this is who we're looking at. Now, when these SPACs really got rolling in 2018, they were falling all over themselves trying to find an electric, like something in the EV sector, electric vehicle sector, be an electric vehicle itself, or maybe something to do with the sector, because that was the hot sector. And it's just a way for a company to go public, in a lot easier fashion than going through the hoops of a typical IPO, etc. Look at rum. Treating as rum, yes. Well, the reason is, yeah, because there was no, previous day. Because the question is, problem with rum position in previous day filter. It can't work because, yeah, there was no previous day for rum. All right, guys. Well, the VTAQ, you would anticipate that it would stall at 10 anyway today. I mean, it's an amazing run. Remember, it was down to 4 something and then got up to 10 because that's typically that's where the SPACs come out at. But I don't have shorts, so okay, guys, so it is 3:02, so I will put myself on mute, but doesn't mean I'm still here, okay? It doesn't mean I've gone. And again, for those of you who are new, this is the format. You know, I'm here between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. Okay, so I'll put myself on mute now. But again, if you have a question, I will hop back on the mic. So Mookie, all this is based on, you got a smart stop, okay, and it says, notice it says minus $100. And the profit, if you can see it, it depends on, where it is on the chart, but it's 200. Again, nothing scientific, obviously just double. And it's based on this. If you click on tools, options, and go to AI trade size, $100 risk based on stop loss. So they're saying now you can change it to 100 shares per trade or $5,000 per trade. What the default is risking $100 to show you what would happen if you risk $100 on a trade. Really got nothing to do with the AI, to be honest. Okay. Okay, that's all that means. So again, if you click on tools and then options and then AI trade size, and you have your, so when you click on an alert, I click on VTAQ right now, okay, at 874, the stop is what, 825? If I allowed it to go down to that, I'd lose $100 in theory, okay? That's all it is. It's a guide. And the profit target is just double the different, that's why I'm saying it's nothing scientific. Make sense? To me, the profit target is, I wouldn't even have it on here. Huh. I mean, it's a guide, but look, if something was really working and you actually obeyed exactly all this, you got into the trade, there's your stop, and it started working and it hit that profit target, but it's working still. When I say working, it's still moving higher. Why would you get out? Okay, there's nothing scientific about that. It's just giving you an idea about where the 1 for 2 risk reward is. Wow, look at this SPY, guys. This SPY is going bonkers right now. Okay, back on mute. No kidding. So this is ripe for a short. MGAM from Zach. So let's take a look left. 253 looks like the next high looking left. Then 275. What is the news? I mean, this is one of those crazy ones that got up to $21 after its debut as MGAM. Here's another one of those crazy ones, guys. ATXG Okay, remember these days, a few days ago, up to $600, a few weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago, I guess. Starting to make a move again, ATXG. So that's like the MGAM. That's a little late for me, but look at this one, SRTS, 1380 right now. The next low is around 13. So that's got some room to move down, SRTS. Oh, there's no shoulds, Jacob. There are no shoulds. It could. I mean, the vote is supposedly tomorrow. Well, again, there's no should and there's no will. Okay. I mean, it could happen, yeah, but I wouldn't be buying it thinking, okay, it's definitely going to happen. I'd wait till tomorrow, get the vote in, see what happens. But remember what happened with CFBI, guys. Remember, there was the vote that they were going to merge with Rumble. Okay, that was the vote. This was on Thursday, 14:45, and look at the sell-off. That was intraday. That was a massive sell-off. So you just can't predict what's going to happen. I mean, now look at rum today. Of course, it's way above that now. Okay, guys, so I'm anticipating Chris is going to be in our YouTube room very soon. So what I'm going to do, I'll put the YouTube link in as I shut down this room, the main room. So there's the YouTube link. Chris will be in the room very soon. I mean, sometimes he shows up right around now, and he'll be there till 4:30. Okay, so I'm going to shut the main room down now as I wait for Chris to show up in our YouTube room. So as always, what an exciting day again. Oops. As always, thank you for all of the help. Much appreciated. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And of course, those of you on YouTube, just waiting for, don't have to go anywhere, Christoph. Chris will be in the room soon. You never did pose your question though, did you? I didn't see it anyway. Or ask your question. Wow, rum is just, I mean, this just looks poised. What's the high right there? 1689. Takes out 17, look out. I heard that. I said I heard that, Chris. Chris has got the room on mute.
Ah, there we go. Nope, I just
There
didn't
we
add
go.
myself to the stream. And I said I made that noise just for you, Barry.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Love it.
What a move, VTAQ, huh? Thanks.
Oh,
It
no
had
kidding.
been showing on my scanner, but I really was, between all these meetings, I wasn't really paying attention to the scanner anymore. Set a price alert, and well, around that 2:30 time when I'm willing to take a trade again, we did.
Mm-hmm. Well, it'll be interesting to see what it does tomorrow, because tomorrow is actually the day in which they complete the merger. Okay.
Okay.
And then the day after is when it starts trading as PRTS. Now, this is a restaurant automation company that they're taking public. I don't think it's going to have the massive appeal that Rumble, of course,
Right.
has. So, but you never know. I mean, I'm going to be
Exactly.
watching it tomorrow to see what happens, and then one day I'll watch PRTS on Wednesday and just see what happens.
I will be doing the same. And I also thought about, all these SPACs and IPOs. Now, my scan will pick them up on the second day. It won't pick them up on the first day. But if I took the volume, the 5-minute volume out of there, it would pick them up on the first day. So I might
5-minute volume, really?
Yeah, because there's no previous day to compare it to. It needs at least one day of volume to compare it to. So, I mean, people saying, oh, how do we scan for IPOs? Really, you can scan from the open on anything. Something's always going to have an open, even if it doesn't have a close. So, be a workaround moving forward.
Yeah, and for sure. I mean, yeah, if you have that other filter, I mean, the change from the close, of course, yeah, it's not going to pick it up. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's going to. I never thought about the 5-minute. Yeah, I guess that makes sense because
the only reason I put it in there was because when I first made the scan, it would give me some good ideas, and then like midday is kind of tough for ideas in general anyways, I think, but it would start giving me a lot of stocks that were trading like big lot shares, and we're making the Bollinger Band, we're meeting the Bollinger Band filter and also a change from open filter, but it wasn't actively trading. It might have traded 400,000 shares on the day, but it was in like 50,000 lots or something like that.
Gotcha.
So that's why I added that volume filter. So it was just things that were actually trading. So anyways, I won't talk your ear off anymore. You need to get on the bike.
I do.
And I've made the swap already.
Okay. Thank you, Christopher. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, my friend. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
So, all right, everybody. I'm back. And what a move from the SPY here, huh? The entire market in general. Yeah, very interesting stuff here. Very interesting stuff. So who knows? Every time we get a nice up move, or what I consider a nice up move relative to what we've been seeing, I'll cheer on a new bull market, and cross our fingers for the best. The best we can do, right? Till then, we'll take the market that we've got. For those of you that were here during the noon hour, I said there was nothing on this planet outside of God coming down and telling me what the trade, paraphrasing what I said earlier, that I would take before 2:30-ish. And that's what I did. And then here on this candle, when I saw it looked like we were going to break this right here, I took a shot there. I put a stop down, actually put my stop down here, just below $7. And I went for it. And so I got in. Where did I get in? I got in at about 8:30, 8:35 actually, I think is what I got my fill at. And then when we made this move here up above 9 and we started to pull back, I closed it around 9:15, 9:12. 9:12 is what I got out at. And then, it made another move up without me to 10, but so be it. Took a nice little trade there, and that's life in the fast lane. I have no idea what the news is on that. HOLO, not a clue. I believe Barries said something about it was a SPAC. So this was trading under some kind of SPAC symbol until today. So that whatever news is there is news to me. I don't know anything about the stock. Sorry. Let's see what my news tab has in IB. I don't have anything. I mean, this was under my news tab right here. Nope, I've got no news on it. I don't know anything about the stock. So fire some questions for me. I'm going to see if I can pull any news, but I mean, you're probably just as good with a web search as I am. So yeah, I don't really see any news on this stock. I think it was just something that went, it did their official listing, and for whatever reason, the sellers came in on it. Because I'm not seeing anything new specific to this. So when I bring up news for this stock in IB, which, they have okay news, this is all I see. This is all I have here for news, and there's no, my mouse is not working right. And there's nothing here pertaining to the stock at all. Nothing here. So if you have a web search of news, point me to a site. You won't be able to drop a link, but just tell me what to web search to find it. And I mean, I could take a look at it, but I don't know that I'll know anything more than anybody else. There is no reason. I mean, unfortunately, that's just the way things work, Mohammed. There's no reason for it. The only thing, we could surmise a whole bunch of things. We could assume a bunch of stuff. A lot of people were holding it from whatever ticker it was coming from and decided to dump it afterwards because they couldn't dump it when it was a SPAC, for all I know. But there's no reason. Anybody's guess is as good as anybody's guess, unfortunately, on this. So CFVI was rum, and they had a nice move earlier in the day. I'm not sure what it's doing now. Yeah, it's still hanging up there. I talked about this earlier. If it could hold around this 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart, there might be some interest. But instead, I traded whatever that was, V something. VTAQ I traded instead of this, so I'm happy with my decision. We'll see what the future holds for this. There's a lot of people that are very big on whatever this platform is. I have no idea who they are or what they do at all. So as the saying goes, only time will tell. So, all right, sorry, just typing out a message to someone. So again, anybody with questions, fire those away for me. I don't have, not much else for me to comment on. For whatever reason, the SPY decided to move up like this. Anybody's guess is as good as mine on that. I'm going to guess someone from the Fed found a microphone. That's the only thing I can figure. Trying to continue this soft landing, and I do soft with air quotes there. Yeah, there's no comment, there's no news, This is all I can find right here for news as far as NASDAQ extends gains, SPY, S&P up 0.6%. There's no news on why this move happened, so a big outside day here, or, well, yeah. Can't really call it an engulfing because of this bottoming tail here, so I don't know. Why not hold out hope? Maybe this was the quote unquote as close to a retest of the June bottom as we're going to get. That would be nice, right? I'd like that. I'd be all about that. But I can't see any reason. There's no news reason this is going on. Here's another. At 10:13, S&P 500 races decline, goes green. I mean, nothing there. There's no reason or rhyme for any of this. So. As the saying goes, it is what it is. For my races, VTAQ, obviously, I think most of the trading world saw that. BWEN made this final push up here, and that was it. Couldn't really get through prior resistance from back here. But something I'd keep an eye on, Why not? Right? Only 18 million in the float. Not much of a short float, not much of a short, it's got a negative short growth. So who knows? No idea what they do. turbine generator set. So whatever that means. SNTI, you know, it won all these races early in the day. That was it. ALLK, same thing. Won all these early races. If I click the symbol, that'd probably be a good idea, right? Won all those early races. To have a nice reversal right here off the bottom. So here, you know, good example. Someone was asking earlier about pullbacks. You know, had I been paying attention to this price alert that I had, I could have bumped it down towards here, you know, put it at the 550 and maybe pulled a pullback, played a pullback on that. I don't think I would have really done that had I been paying more attention regardless, but I'm just one individual. Someone else that had been using this relative strength scan and setting price alerts during the day may have very well done that. So there it is. You know, the opportunity certainly presented itself. A great bounce off the lows here and a great move breaking back above 550. 550 is a, you know, kind of a mental number for a lot of traders. So certainly presented a second opportunity here. Curious, what did Holly do today? Nothing. ADN, same thing here, you know, just pull back, but I don't think that's anything really to comment on. ATXG. Oh, all right. So this making some big noise here. Won a few races. So, you know, it had come in earlier in here on the scan. I didn't bother putting any price alert or anything like that. Once it got through that 450, had I put a price alert on there, very nice move. Good solid volume still right now. Nice and liquid. And I say good solid volume in regard to this. We don't have 30 days worth of relative volume data here. So it's kind of ant to use use a 30-day look back when I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 look back days. So, you know, we're working just over a third amount of the possible data for it. So it'd be nice when we get another 4, 5, 6 days worth of data to consider on a relative volume basis. But we can see the, you know, the 1 minute volume on a 10-day look back, you know, so not even, you know, we're drop those off there and we're looking at that on that 1 minute volume. So yeah, that's not too shabby there. And, you know, looking at the volume here on those bars. So nice little alert there. And you can see it's coming through here as well. And it won races. It's won races 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's won a bunch of races recently. We can see back on the total tally versus the top 10 tally. And that's why I do this like this, you know, to have looks like that. So excellent stuff here, as usual, provided by the scan. LA BD again. I don't have any interest in trading these inverse ETFs currently. CDE, I don't think this has done anything since it won those early races. I'd stand corrected right now. Look at that. So breaking out from this level here, and, you know, call it what it is. This thing does not move a lot. It doesn't have much of a range already, you know, $10 way back here, falling this entire time. And that's only a $7 move that fall. So, you know, being relative to the moves that it makes and what it does and the size of the float that it is what it is. APRN, you know, not a ton to comment on there. I mean, you know, 520 is probably when it started showing up here on the scan earlier in the day, and, you know, makes a move up to 550. You know, not really interesting to me, but someone else might find it interesting. Not me. You know, I like to try to be as unbiased as I can on realistic tradable moves here. And same thing here. You know, that big reversal is what got it into the scan early and winning a few, but just not anything going on after that for the rest of the day. So, but all the same, still a few tradable moves in here without any question on a day where ideas may have been harder to come by. You can get that explanation right here. Kramer short NVDA. So does that mean we're all going long NVDA now? No, I'm teasing, you know, the inverse Kramer fun. But laser, whatever your questions are, you know, fire them away from me. This is just my own personal setup with Trade Ideas scanning here. All three scans that you see going on are the same scan with one exception. So all three of these here, these are my scans. They're all the same thing, except this one now that has a circle in the X has a higher price range on it. So this is looking at stocks $2 to $100, where these two here are looking at stocks from $2 to $30. And that is it. Everything else is the same. So if you have, specific questions on how I'm scanning, what the scan is, let me know. I don't know if you're a Trade Idea subscriber or not, or you just kind of stumbled upon us and kicking the tires here, see what's going on. But, any and all questions, fire those away for me, please. That's what I'm here for. As far as I know, there's nothing wrong with the sound. Nobody else has made any sound comments. I have my door open here, so my screen door is open, and there's some people doing some construction around the corner from me, throwing stuff in and out of trucks and whatnot, putting up some new stuff around the corner here from me. Sound is good. All right. I'll lean in a little bit closer to the microphone. Perhaps that could help. So what else is happening into the close here? CELU. This didn't have a lot of volume in it earlier. All right. I mean, I don't know that I really consider this tradable all the same. I mean, it's tough. Let's see. It's up 14%. So it's a $2 stock and it's 30 cents. I just, if you caught it somewhere around here early and you got this move, I guess that's okay. But off a pullback, like where are you going to get into it after a pullback, breaking, towards that high of the day again, you're looking at, 10 cents, just kind of ain't for me. Oh, okay. No worries. I never know. It's hard for me to know. I've had plenty of sound issues in the past, so I don't put it past my microphone and my computer to give me more troubles or give you folks troubles. So yeah, CELU kind of as far as I'm concerned. Again, if for some reason you had been on it really early in the day, sure, that's a nice move here, for the whole day cumulative. But this choppiness is just not ideal on a $2 stock. INNV. A nice couple day move here in INNV. But that's, some declining volume here. And again, not even 400,000 shares on the day. So it's not, not what I would call liquid, to say the least. I will note, a few miners coming through the day. Well, I was trying to jump off the scan now. It's not really starting not meet it, but here we go. KGC, some more gold and silver mining. Not a bad move on the day here today, overall. I'm still not flipping my script as far as gold goes or precious metals in general. It's a hefty area to get through right there. I mean, you get through here, and then you're looking at $4, and $5 are way up here. So it's just not interesting, not dynamic enough for me to be interested in, and not. I have no investment thesis as far as precious metals or their miners go. So it's everything through there. FOSL creeping all day, I guess. It must be if it had been a winner recently. No. So, I mean, makes this initial move and then kind of grinding up through here and just running sideways the rest of the day here. So I think this is like watches or something like that, right? Don't they do watches? What is it? Design, marketing, distribution, consumer fashion, accessories, blah, blah, blah. I love when they just use word salad like that. Just tell me what you do. So ridiculous. Men's and women's watches, jewelry, handbag. All right, so they do a few more than just watches, but I'm pretty sure they're predominantly a watch company. So yeah, just nothing dynamic there as far as I'm concerned. Big downtrend again. Stock can make some moves though. I mean, look, 13 and change here to up over 1450 or so on a day here. And I've seen it do things like that in the past. Yeah, I've seen some dynamic moves from it. So it's not that there we go. There's some bigger moves here. So it can make some dynamic moves without any question. So it can be a good day trading vehicle. I don't know about investing in it, that's for sure. So yeah, got new life around 130. Yep, looks like it. Where's my price alert on that? There we go. So, I mean, look, it's got this unbelievable gap right here. I mean, what can you say other than, if it could get up over this level, I don't know, $11, high back here of 1173. So, I mean, I guess $12 technically to really be in this gap. I don't know, who knows what could happen. That's it. That's some lofty potential right there, but we don't look at these things. We can never get involved in them, right? So it looks like the sellers are coming in a little bit here on the close. Bring over a SPY chart. But looks like the SPY is going to try to stay positive for the day. I don't think it's going to go negative, back negative. So we see here, real big move in the large caps here just after 3 o'clock Eastern. Small caps, not quite the same move. Mid caps had a good move too here. And large caps just continue to grind that higher. And small caps now are grinding higher. Mid caps are kind of flustering themselves a little bit. So definitely interesting. Yeah, trade of the week was, where was it? What was it? Where was it? Did I delete it already? Tell me I didn't delete it. Sorry, I was pulling up my email here. Get that out of the way and see if I can find it. There we go. Here's the trade of the week. Sorry, I'm trying to size it so we can see here what's going on. All right, I'm going to take a screenshot. There we go. So there's your trade of the week. Extra small. Zoom in a second here. So Canadian Solar. So that's what we had there for the trade of the week. Trade of the week considered live above 40.47. Don't let it close back under the 50. So CISQ 40.47. Okay. Oh, it'd be good if I typed it right. CSIQ. It's always an issue, right? So 40.47. It's live, so it did trigger. And let's see what happens in the coming days. I would like to see it close a little nicer than what we're seeing right now, considering that the market doesn't look too terrible right now. Into the close, anyways. Not talking about the overall picture of the market, of course. So yeah, you should have that. I mean, it should be in your maybe it's in your spam or junk or promotions, and if not, give us an email to the support address. Bonus watch CCJ for a pullback, support above the pullback to 20 SMA. So for whatever that is worth. back out. There we go. So let's, we'll see what happens in the coming days here. I was watching this ADN. Got this nice base that's formed here, but having some real trouble at this level through here. Not a bad little mountain it could climb. So anyways, we'll see. That drawing there, where's my mouse? There we go. So we come down to the close, VTAQ. Really kind of giving it up here into the close, so glad I took a quick ride on this train here, not held through. So, all right, we got a slightly up day. So what had the SPY done coming in today, the last few days? And so we made this move up to 410, down day, down day, down day. So 3 down days in a row. Sideways on Friday. I guess technically Friday was an up day, right? Let's see. So Friday opened here and closed there. So yeah, Friday was an up day, slightly. Or green anyways. Oh, a gap down. It was a green day, but it did gap down. So yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4 down days in a row, technically. Today we get an actual real green / up day. So, all right, we'll take it as we roll in the last couple of moments here for the day. Found it in the junk. Yeah, Bruce, I shared it out for you here. Give me 1 second. I share the one that I share is the one with the $100 limit. There's no other difference. It's just the one that I have a cloud link for. You can always change that limit. There you go. Just gonna drop that in, copy, paste, and send. There you are, sports fans. I mean, it's really the only scan I've needed for quite a while now. And so we got just under a minute to go. SPY is now trading like a penny stock. Look at that time in sales. Hysterical. Ever so funny. And you can see it here. This beautiful update that we had, a couple of months back, where our charts are, they're moving in lockstep with the, basically moving in lockstep with this. This might be, a few hundredths of a second quicker, the time and sales coming through here than the price update here. And a few hundredths of a second, if that even. So, our charts are right there with the live data. It's really nice. Really, really nice. Putting in the green candle on the close. So strong close. Always feels good to have a strong close, right? And again, any questions, please fire those away. I can already see people starting to filter out of here. So I can only surmise there's a group of people that come over from the other traders' room to watch my scans for free. And piggyback off us without any subscription, but always going to be those freeloaders in life. SGML, this was active a couple of days ago, right? Yeah, this has had a nice run here. Lithium Corporation, I believe Mr. Peter Smith had made mention of it. I don't know, one of these days back here, he pointed it out. I've kind of been watching it ever since. What's lithium overall doing? LIT. Keep it lit, folks. Keep it lit. All right. Looks weakish still. Looks pretty in lockstep with the overall SPY, I would say. Tan had been trying to hold up a little better. Tan doesn't look awful compared to the rest of the market. I've seen worse. And ARRY, this, we were looking at this earlier, it's coming through the races. This trade's pretty close with the tan in general. All right, bit of a bummer here to see it, making this move like this, and it's really kind of dropped out of that now. So while it was up 5% and nearly $1 today, not a great look from it. Another mining company here popping up. But yeah, these charts just look so awful. I mean, they're not dynamic. They've been in long-term downtrends. There's just nothing there. Ron, I have not. My external linking. Well, all right. Let me rephrase that. The only external linking that I know that actually saves is IB. Nobody else will save, regardless of what we do. And, it's a one-sided effort for us. So I don't use IB every day, though, because I do most of my trading through Thinkorswim. And we don't directly link to Thinkorswim, unfortunately. So my Thinkorswim linking, I have to rebuild every day, and I've used it for years and years and years. And no matter what we do, for whatever reason, we can't get Thinkorswim to save. You just got to rebuild it every day. But IB, anytime I launch it, it works every time. I mean, I did use it today, and it worked all right. Just make sure that the way to do it is this. After you build the link, save to your default layout. So, file. Let me bring over a thing here. Go file, save layout, and then save it, to your default layout so that link loads. Then when you go to launch everything, first launch Trader Workstation. So, always go right click, and then run as administrator, okay? And then do the same thing with TI afterwards. When you go to close, also always, so the order it should go is close TI first, then close the Trader Workstation, and then load Trader Workstation first, and then load trade ideas afterwards. So it's close broker first. Close trade ideas first, and then load broker first. That's the order it should be done in. No, Tyler. I use the external linking. It sends it over, and then I have my buttons set up. Inside Thinkorswim. Buy X amount of shares or anything like that. I never gotten to the hotkeys. I'm lazy, or I don't know. I just have the buttons set up in there. The green and red buttons to up and down my price, and I use the ladder from there to drop in orders afterwards. Yeah, that should save it permanently. Like mine looks like this. I've closed Oops. Huh, interesting. I've closed Thinkorswim already on the day because I don't need it. But here's my external linking, what it looks like right now, because Thinkorswim is gone now. and it has no name to the window because it's been there forever. But if I usually, when I've had to build it in the past, rebuild it, I build it into the timer sales window, and that's always been fine. That's all I really look at with IB. I press buy and sell manually, but like the green and red buttons. Let me. I don't have it to launch right now. Like in the active trader where you have where the symbol entry is, and then you have those different green and red buttons for buying X amount or selling X amount. I have a set of those buttons that are there, and then I can up and down it share wise. I have it set to up or down by 25 shares, so I can press it like 3 or 4 times real quick to up and down. And that's how I do it. So wow, it's 4:07 already. When did that happen? I got to tell you, there's a big part of me every time we have an update like this that maybe we'll get it rolling to the upside again. I'd like to do some swing trading again. I miss swing trading. Day trading is nice, but a little more on the nerves for me, anyways. All right, Tyler. I might have to check it out then. And yes, that should save it permanently, Ron. Like I said, I've used Thinkorswim. I got to be going on 4 years now for Thinkorswim, I guess, and I've only been using IB for just shy of 3 years. Never had an issue with IB other than that one hiccup for a couple of months there. I wasn't even a couple of months. I say a couple of weeks, actually. About 6 weeks, I was having some issues. IB made some changes on their end. And of course, they don't think of us when they're making these changes. And we were able to put out a new build. New build to take care of that. And it's ever since that build came out, everything seems to be working just fine with it. So yeah, I'm going to have to check out the hotkeys then, Tyler. I suppose I will. You know what it is? I can get clumsy with the keyboard sometimes too. So that's like my other, like kind of nerve-wracking. Not nerve-wracking, but sometimes I fat finger keys. Yeah, David, in those notes, it was what was there is for a specific user that saw a very specific issue, but they were included in the notes anyways. So I had a user that is trying to do some very fancy stuff and using an allocation profile, and he's trying to automate Holly trading like 4 accounts at the same time. And there's been some issues for him. And so for some reason, the logic in the back end was not recognizing separate accounts and double sending orders on him. So it was an extremely specific thing to that one user and the allocation profile. And like I said, I think there's either 4 or 5 accounts involved in this. So just kind of, one of those things. I still, I'm just not crazy about Holly and automation. That's all there is to it. Human and machine. Yeah, no, I think it would be really unpleasant. I've had some mistakes regardless. I think everybody trading has made some kind of mistake where they under share sized or over share sized or some kind of flub putting in an order. I don't think there's a trader that exists that hasn't had that happen to them, myself included, obviously. So, it is what it is. Just clicking around. So AZUL never really made a move off of this level here. But what if we got the market on our side and it's setting itself up to maybe make a move through this 1070 level tomorrow? Keep it in mind. Keep it looking forward. So UIB, I have an active trade. Oh, so you're talking about us holding stops on our side? I would say we're a long ways off of that, a very long ways off of that. First will come the finish of our migration to AWS servers, and then some cleanup from there, and some of the other things that have to get done with that. I think we're a long ways off from us holding it. I mean, I like Brokerage Plus. I don't know. I had some problems with IB and a few other things, and I wasn't happy about it. And I said, you know what? I'll just take my stuff and move back over to Thinkorswim. I like their platform. I like it like that. So I have a small IB account. It's like I have a small IB account to test things in Brokerage Plus. And then I also kind of like doing a small account challenge with myself, although I haven't really put any effort and I'm not taking it that seriously. So, Yeah, this is a docked window with these races here. And, like I said, they're exactly the same. This one just has a 30. The one with the X has a $30 max on it. The one with the 0 has a $100 max on it. They both have a minimum of $2. And that's it. Everything else is exactly the same. Sorry, just responding. A message came in to me from Michael and Steve. We're trying to work on a few things here to offer out to folks here. We get a lot of inquiries about, can you build this crazy scan? And normally the answer is no. But we said, well, technically we can build a lot of the stuff they want with the Market Explorer. It takes a lot of time and math and work and all that stuff like that. So I'll come up with a pricing model here and, hey, you want scan XYZ. This is what it'll cost you to get. We make no guarantees on the results you're going to get from it, but if you've got an idea of a scan you want built, that's crazy. Let us know. We'll get it done. 4 feet. So yeah, David, I couldn't say when that's going to come through. Dan, Dan is like the optimistic guy on how fast things can come through, and of course, there's nobody that wants to take care of our users more than Dan. You know, especially if you ever listen to him, in the Q&As and things like that. So he's always making his push on the dev side of things to get things done, and they have to, of course, push back and say, look, we want to get it for the users too, but it has to be right, or as right as we believe before we can put it out to be used. So I'd say maybe that's something we see after the New Year's, but definitely not before the New Year's. You know what, with that, Ron, is I don't need any of the functionality of the brokers other than execute my trades in a timely manner. And I really, really like the ladder on Thinkorswim, so I can start laddering out, like put in, like sell, put up the ladder. Let's say I'm up a good 30 or 40 cents on a trade, and I can start laddering out of the trade, put 30 shares here, 30 shares above that, 30 shares above that, 30 shares above that. And I just really like that, the way I can do that with Thinkorswim. So that's why among a few reasons why I went back to Thinkorswim. And like I said, IB kind of pissed me off about something, so I said, all right, well, I know it's not going to affect you any, but I'm going to take my money and go somewhere else with it, essentially, or my main account and go somewhere else with it. I'm guessing tomorrow. There's probably a trade of the week one tomorrow. I don't know. If you're not on our primary list, here's the issue. A lot of people seem to unsubscribe from our primary list because all the marketing emails that come through it, which I can't blame them, but it's also where the webinar emails come through too. So it's a double-edged sword in that regard. So, you have to, if you come to our education page, here's the education page, and you scroll down, you can find the 2 p.m. Pacific webinar signups. Yeah, perfect circle. I mean, some of the things that people come at us with for ideas, and then like when we can't just do it outright with the software, they're like, oh, well, what kind of garbage software do you have? I'm just like, you're not going to bait me. Sorry. Find someone else. If we're garbage and someone else is better, by all means, please use them to do it. But, there's things we do better than everybody else. There's things I wish we did as well as some of the other stuff, but we've certainly made leaps and bounds with our charts, which is somewhere we lagged behind for a while. There's nobody has live data like us. There's nobody, literally nobody. I think hopefully I have caught up here. Sorry, I just had all these emails come into me at one shot here. I'm sorry, messages, not emails. And Ron, I will make it known in our marketing meeting tomorrow if there's a way we can get the webinar emails coming from somewhere else and not where the marketing stuff comes from. I'll report back on that. I think I'm all caught up here on the questions. If I miss something, let me know. Ford is selling off. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good sell-off right there. Closed up around 15 down. But is it just a bad print? Or not a bad print, but a bad settlement or whatever late settlement post market. Is there actual volume to this? Yeah, there's actually volume in this. Is there any news? Let's take a look here. There you go. Ford says expects to have about 40 to 45,000 vehicles in inventory at the end of the third quarter, lacking certain parts presently in short supply. So for whatever reason, that headline was viewed as negative, and Ford sells off. You never get Barry's videos either? That's strange. I wonder if they come from the same domain or not. Almost always, no matter what I do, Barry's videos always go to my spam. I have no idea why. It's infuriating to me because I still, even to this day, I watch Barry's videos. I'll say I watch 8 out of 10 of his videos. For every 10 that come out, I watch 8. I miss one or two here and there. I constantly have to pull them from my spam, no matter what I do to whitelist them. Really annoying. Anyways, it is what it is. And that was quite a move down for Ford there on that headline. I mean, I really feel like that was much of a headline. AOI, nope, nothing. KITT. It's had a pretty big spike, both volume and price here after hours. Interesting. Volume has kind of gone away now. Who knows what that could lead to? That's a serious spike right there, over a dollar range right there on that 15-minute bar. Yeah, I mark it as not spam all the time. I have any trade ideas email marked as a VIP email. They still, even marked as a VIP email, they still end up in my spam. I don't know. Yahoo always gives me some crap, some generated nonsense email about, oh, we're sorry and blah, 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 blah. I've accepted it for what it is. I'm not going to overthink it. I just know to check my junk. Check the junk mail, Chris. All right, I don't got a whole lot else to comment on. Check on our friend natural gas here. So nat gas still looks weak after that sell-off. Get rid of this. Excuse me, post-market here. So I don't know. Is the run of nat gas over? I really can't believe it is. Considering that, we need a lot of it and we don't have enough of it. And I'm not talking about just this country. I'm talking about the world in general. Interesting. Nothing in the spam either. I got nothing. So, I think, again, for natural gas, this is a big line to hold here, although we've seen it come back under it and come rocketing right back up again. For anybody that's a believer in natural gas, is this presenting a pullback opportunity, or is it anybody that's not a believer presenting Another shot at shorting that gas. You know, I often think there's a story about a trader. It's got to be 2 or 3 years ago. He was trading like, you know, a bunch of, he was managing a bunch of friends and family's money. I don't know, several $1,000,000. You know, I don't know if it was $50 million or $5 million or $500 million. I don't remember. And he had somehow shorted natural gas at some instrument, and he got blown out of the water, lost everything from everyone, and I don't know what happened to him after that. I hope he was able to somehow recover and put himself and, of course, all those people back on their feet. But it just one of those tales. After I heard that, any thoughts that I ever had about managing money was gone. I'm good. I'll just trade my account. I don't need to mess with other people's. No, because I hadn't started trading in 2015. This was after I was trading. It's got to be, I don't know, maybe 2019, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't remember. It's got to be at least like a year and a half into me trading, and I didn't start trading until August of 2017. So somewhere in there. So. All right, folks, that's gonna, I think, wrap it up for me on the day today. Let's see. We don't necessarily need a turnaround Tuesday because we had an update today. SPY up, a good little bit here. So SPY was up 0.75%, give or take. Bear market remains. Trade the plan and all those things like that. And I don't know, just in this kind of holding pattern here. Everybody's waiting to see what happens, Are we going to take out June lows? Very possible. Are we going to just sit in this range? Again, very possible. As the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. So Tuesday tomorrow, you'll have, let's see, I believe Michael tomorrow at noon. I'm back here at 3:30. And of course, Barry will have the stream open at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So, hey, everybody, that's a wrap for today. Appreciate all the questions, the comments, and the interactions. And again, you have yourselves a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are on the spinning globe we call Earth. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.